Prince George's County Planning Board is now in session. We have plenty of announcements, but I will say this is our 70th virtual meeting since the onset of the pandemic. And we're going to start with our administrative items first. So the first item is the draft minutes of the November 18th, 2021 Planning Board meeting. Is there a motion?
Move approval, Madam Chair.
You're muted, Madam Vice Chair.
Second.
Okay. Oh, there he is. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Washington, submitted by Commissioner Giraldo. Madam Vice Chair.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner with the full beard.
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye. I would just wanted to tell Vice Chairman Bailey that given the holiday season, I'm going to give her all the second.
Okay. All right. There we go.
That's okay.
The ayes have it 5-0. Next item on our agenda is item 3C, the proposed FY21 through 28 CIP. Mr. Waller, there you are. And I would note that we have our Director of Parks and Recreation who is on today. He is deferring his opening comments in the interest of time, but he is present and fully capable of giving his opening comments. But we're going to proceed now with Mr. Waller. Or Ms. Desney, are you speaking? Or Mr. Waller? Mr. Waller?
Yeah, Mr. Waller has it. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Planning Board Commissioners. My name is Aaron Waller, CIP Budget Manager for the Department of Parks and Recreation. I'm here to present the proposed FY23 to 28 Capital Improvement Program. The CIP provides funding for projects that have been identified as priorities in the adopted Formula 2040 Functional Master Plan for Parks, Recreation, and Open Space and Land, as well as in the Land Preservation Parks and Recreation Plan. The priorities of the proposed FY23 to 28 CIP include conservation and sustainability with a focus on reinvestment in critical parks, playgrounds, fields, and other amenities. I just want to note you can show the transmittal letter on the screen. It also provides implementation of key facility recommendations in the Formula 2040 plan with the development of indoor recreation centers, including multi-generational centers and replacement and/or expansion of many of our aging community centers. Also design and construction of new trails and extension of existing trails to establish a fully developed trail system. Funding rehabilitations of our existing buildings and park facilities to meet ADA and code requirements, as well as continuing to improve public safety at all of our facilities. The proposed FY23 to 28 CIP is prepared and informed by the department's capital budget goals. The first goal being financial sustainability. Secondly, maintenance of the existing parks and recreation infrastructure, as well as ensuring that sufficient staff capacity is in place to carry out the department's capital work program. We continue to address infrastructure needs, improvement and upgrade of park amenities, nature centers, historic properties, aquatic facilities, art and performance venues, golf courses, and other amenities. Exceeding the Formula 2040 Master Plan reinvestment target of 2% of capital asset value each year for asset maintenance has occurred in the past few years, and we continue to exceed that target in the proposed CIP. As you know, the CIP is a 6-year program for park acquisition, development, and maintenance. The first year, FY23, represents the capital budget, with the remaining 5 years targeted for planning purposes. The FY23 budget year request is 123.88 million. This is 40% more than the adopted FY22 CIP budget. The total 6-year request is $338.13 million, representing a 35% increase over the approved FY22 to FY27 CIP. The funding request increases for the budget year as well as the 6-year period are due to projected costs of a new multi-generational center. Net of this item, the proposed FY23 budget would be a year-over-year decrease of 34% and a decrease of 15% for the 6-year period. The proposed multi-generational center project will be presented in detail at the upcoming planning board meeting on December 16th. Despite these increases, the CIP follows the guidelines set by the county's Spending Affordability Committee. And we have met and are within those guidelines with our plan. The table on page 2 shows the funding sources for the proposed FY23 to 28 CIP, showing more payment coming from the funding coming from obligation bonds and then pay as you go, as well as program open space. The table on page 3 summarizes the funding for the proposed CIP by project types. The CIP is organized into 6 categories: acquisition, infrastructure, maintenance, new construction, development, trails, and another category with subtypes for acquisition as well as infrastructure. As you can see from this chart, the heavy emphasis is still on maintaining our existing infrastructure. Now, briefly just highlight a couple of projects included on attachment A. And just let me know if you want to touch based on any of the projects that are on the list. First being Costa Regional Park Master Plan implementation. The first project coming out of the master plan will be to improve the.
Hold on a second, Mr. Waller. Do we have this? I have the attachment A. Do you have that? So we can put that on the screen? But this was attached to it. You don't have. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's what you're talking from, right, Ms. Wall? I just want to make sure everyone can see it. Okay, thank you. We'll sort of comment.
And I'm just noting a few projects in the list. Okay. I won't detail every project.
Thank you.
Just quickly, just Costa Regional Park Master Plan. One of the first projects coming out of the plan will be to improve the Thrift Road frontage improvements for $3.5 million. The commission is required to improve this road prior to receiving any permits for any other improvements coming out of the plan. So this will be the first project that's undertaken there. Playground equipment funding, we're increasing the funding from $3 million in FY22 to $4 million in FY23. I know you're well aware of the number of projects that we've undertaken with regard to playgrounds throughout the county. Showing support also for our Shield Place Arena and the Prince George's Equestrian Center. We have a total funding of $2.5 million in the plan. Also wanted to note the stream restoration line item. We are experiencing significant impacts to our stream valleys due to storm surge. So we have $2 million funded there. Another item that is key to our tennis community is improving and addressing issues that we're having at the Allentown tennis courts. So a replacement of that court structure there, $2.1 million. And then, of course, we continue to develop our trail system. So we have funding for Dueling Creek Heritage Trail, as well as continued investment in the Trail Development Fund. As you know, as we continue through the budget process, minor adjustments will continue to be made to the proposed FY23 to 28 CIP before we present to the County Council of the Whole in May. And so as these changes are made, any substantial issues will be brought back before the planning board. And just stepping back to the transmittal letter, on page 4, you'll find a summary of CIP requests that we received from citizens during the public budget forums held by the planning board in September and October. And you also will see our initial responses. I do want to point out that first line item issues that citizens had brought to our attention at Woodbury Forest Park. The department is addressing those issues, and we are looking at utilizing existing funding to mitigate and improve the amenities at that park. With that, I will open it up for any questions.
I know we talked about just regular maintenance, the things that need not have waited for the public hearings and forums. But I know the department is taking care of those. I think you responded to that immediately. Those are things that are not necessarily CIP. But I just wanted to confirm that. Okay. And then I see Commissioner. Okay. Go ahead.
Right, and as well as we are looking at some of the park amenities that can be improved through the CIP, as well as with existing funds that we have in our fee in lieu fund.
Okay, and I see that Director Tyler had a comment as well, and Commissioner Giraldo had a question following your comment. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, you are correct. Our maintenance, Northern and Southern Division maintenance divisions are looking and taking care of those items that were presented at the forums, as well as creating teams that are responsible for continuing that standard of maintenance for all of our parks, trails, as well as playgrounds.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Giraldo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have is, I'm assuming that some of the CIP involves the installation, development of dog parks.
You knew it. I was counting down.
I keep hearing a lot of chatter about the one on Riverview, especially in the local community on the next door Tantalian. Everybody is begging for a dog park.
Correct, and so that is our southern area dog park that is in the design process right now, and so that project is underway.
Okay, great. I have one other question. Who do residents call if they see a particular issue with the park? Let's say, and I know so far you guys have been great, because when I see something, I go to Tantalian North Park, and some people unfortunately think it's a dumping ground. But each time I call, Parks and Rec, they clean it up. But who do you call if? Who should be called if you see somebody dumping, or if you see something being done that shouldn't be done?
We do have a help desk line that services all of our different amenities, as well as maintenance and observations that you make in the park. And so you can reach out to them.
It might be a good idea if there was a number or a sign posted, so that residents would know exactly what number to call.
That's what Gary said. Can you, and also if you can give that number to Commissioner Giraldo, you can email it, and we can post it. Make sure it's posted on our website as well. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm sure it is, but so it's not so difficult to find. Okay.
Exactly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
We'll
you.
definitely make sure that, because it is currently posted in parts, but we'll make sure that it is readily identifiable.
Okay,
Thank you so. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. So we're going to continue. Thank you. I want to. It's very, very hard to figure out our CIP. I know that you put a lot of time and effort into it, and it's very, very hard because there's so many competing interests, and we can't do it all. There's a finite amount of money, and we have to be good stewards. We have to work with the Spending Affordability Committee of the county, and it's just, and make sure that we are wonderfully diverse in terms of our offerings, in terms of the communities that we serve, and we can't do it all, although we've come pretty darn close. So I just wanted to thank you. It's just not easy balancing those competing interests. So thank you to the department, to the director, to Ms. Desney, Mr. Waller, and everyone involved with the CIP. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Okay.
And with that, Madam Chair, Commissioner Washington, I'd like to move that we adopt the proposal as presented by staff for the FY 23-28 capital improvement program and grant permission for them to transmit to the county executive and county council.
We have a
Second.
and a second. He's just really taken a back seat. A motion by Commissioner Washington, seconded by Vice Chair Bailey. Madam Vice Chair.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you. Okay. With that, we're going to.
Great team.
Okay. With that, we're going to go to our development review items. The first thing I want to do, since these are the more quasi-judicial functions that we perform, I do want to acknowledge that we have the full complement of planning board members. We have Madam Vice Chair Bailey. We have Commissioners Washington, Dorner, and Giraldo. We have with us our planning director, Ms. Checkley. We have our technical hearing writer, Ms. Kratka. We have Kenny Flanagan over here, our senior planner who's working the PowerPoints, Mr. Flanagan. We have the wizard, the media specialist and visual specialist, Ryan Cron here present. We have our counsel, our senior counsel, Peter Goldsmith, and we have our Chief of Development Review, James Hunt. And I think that's about it. Of course, we have our staff present, so I just want to acknowledge that. Okay, so today is our 70th virtual meeting since the onset of the pandemic, and I just want to remind everyone of the participation guidelines, which ought to be etched in your minds at this point. But speaker pre-registration and pre-submission of comments and exhibits is required. All participants must pre-register, and all materials or exhibits, if any, must be submitted by 12 noon on the Tuesday before the planning board meeting, as shown on the screen, announced in weekly meetings, posted on our website, and clearly stated in bold red on our published weekly planning board agenda. All of those things. Registered speakers and presenters may join the meeting with the link provided via the email from the planning board office, or may listen or participate by phone utilizing the call-in number provided via the email. And of course, the public may continue to watch planning board meetings streamed live, or if you wish to become a person of record, you may sign up on our online web form. Please note the screen for instructions to participate, or instructions to watch the planning board meeting streamed live, or to become a person of record. 3 separate things. As always, we commence our planning board meetings with a moment of silence for those individuals and loved ones we lost since our last meeting, which was on November the 18th, 2021. Within Prince George's County, we want to remember Theodore Budd, affectionately known as Ted. He was a former U.S. Marshal. He guarded some of the Watergate break-in defendants. He was provided protective services for entertainers such as Diana Ross and Gladys Knight. And he was the husband of Mary Budd, who worked with the county council, specifically District 7, for many, many years. So we want to remember Ted Budd. Within our DC region, we want to remember Doug Hill, the DC area meteorologist for 33 years with WUSA and WJLA. He served 4 years with the U.S. Air Force at Joint Base Andrews and worked 6 years with the Prince George's County Police Department. We want to remember the latest people who have succumbed to the widespread coronavirus pandemic. We now have had over 49.5 million cases just in the United States. And we have had over 805,000 deaths just in the United States. This is terrible, and it is on the rise, and we have new variants, and we are in the midst of the holiday season where there are more social gatherings and family gatherings. So as of the numbers have increased as of November 20th and 30th in Montgomery County and in the state, the numbers have increased in Prince George's County, in Montgomery County, and in the state of Maryland. In Prince George's County, as of November 20th, there was a 10% increase in COVID cases from just the previous week. This is beyond alarming. You must take precautions. Do not sit on the sidelines. Take care of your health. Do what you need to do. Get vaccinated. Get boosted. Take care of yourselves, your loved ones, your colleagues, everyone all around you. Do not procrastinate. Now, throughout the nation and the world, we want to remember the victims of the holiday parade in Wisconsin on November 21st. 6 died and over 40 were injured when an SUV plowed through the crowd. The victims of the shooting at Oxford High School in Michigan on Tuesday, 4 students were killed and 7 others injured, including a teacher. Just tragic. I don't know what's gotten into people, but we better find some more love and kindness. We have to do it. This is crazy. We want to remember Stephen Sondheim, age 91, one of Broadway's most renowned lyricists and composers, winner of 8 Tony Awards, 8 Grammys, and an Academy Award, Pulitzer Prize, and the 2015 Presidential Medal of Freedom. He was best known for his contributions to West Side Story, Gypsy, Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, and so much more. It was timely because we're now celebrating the 60th anniversary of the original West Side Story movie. We want to remember Lee Elder, age 87, the barrier-breaking golfer who taught himself to play golf by sneaking onto the white, he was African-American, sneaking onto the white-only golf courses in his youth. He was the first African-American to compete in the Masters tournament in Augusta, GA in 1974, and he won 4 PGA titles. Charles Moose. Many of us will remember Charles Moose. He was the former Montgomery County Police Chief who led the search for the DC sniper in 2002. Many of us will remember just being on edge looking for what was then said to be a white van. But anyway, they did catch the snipers, as you know. And we want to remember Charles Moose at only age 68. Malika Saban Shabazz, age 56. She was the youngest of the 6 daughters of the civil rights activist Malcolm X. She and her twin sister were born after their father's assassination, and she was found dead in her home of natural causes just 2 days after men were exonerated for his murder, and just days after her sister was inducted into Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Carrie Meek, age 95, former U.S. representative and one of the first African Americans to represent Florida in Congress since Reconstruction. Slide Hampton, age 89, jazz trombonist and Grammy Award-winning composer and musical arranger. Curly Culp, age 75, Pro Football Hall of Fame and Super Bowl famer and Super Bowl champion defensive lineman who played with the Kansas City Chiefs. Virgil Abloh, age 41, who was an African-American barrier-breaking fashion designer for Louis Vuitton menswear. Hear that, Mr. Stone? Ed Bullens, age 86, playwright associated with Black Arts Movement. Bergen Williams, age 62, actress known for her role in General Hospital. Peter Buck, age 90, who was the co-founder of the Subway sandwich chain. Lou Kutel, 91, actor known for appearances on Seinfeld and Grey's Anatomy. Sylvia Weinstock, age 91, queen of cakes, celebrity cake baker and decorator whose clients include Oprah, Kim Kardashian, Martha Stewart, Robert De Niro, and so many more. Arlene Dahl, age 96, actress in 1950s films and mother of actor Lorenzo Lamas. Edgar Brookins, age 74, Army officer, Omega Man, college professor, Mr. DC, and he was the general and circulation manager for the Afro newspaper, who died on December the 1st. Jacqueline Avant, age 81. She was a Los Angeles philanthropist and wife of the legendary music executive Clarence Avant, who was just inducted to the 2021 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She was murdered during a home robbery, which may have been a robbery or may have been something else. Of course, we extend our deepest sympathy to any of you who may have suffered the loss of a loved one as well. We extend our hearts to you. If we may have that moment of silence, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. So we've left the month of November behind, more Movember, and it is now December. The holiday season is upon us. It is also AIDS Awareness Month, Universal Human Rights Month, and I would submit that we all better focus on Universal Human Rights Month, because what we're seeing is just a travesty in terms of the violence, the lack of care for our brothers and sisters. We are one world. We really need to look out for one another. And what we're seeing is just a travesty. So each one of us has the ability to step up in some way, to be helpful and to be kind and to make a difference, even if it's just one person at a time. It helps. It matters. It is also National Pear Month. It is December 2nd. And on this day, 1804, Napoleon Bonaparte was crowned French emperor. In 1818, James Madison was reelected as President of the United States. 1823, U.S. President James Monroe declared the Monroe Doctrine. 1840, William Henry Harrison was elected 9th President of the United States. 1859, abolitionist John Brown was hanged for murder, treason, and conspiracy to incite the people to a revolt. 1901, businessman and inventor King C. Gillette, King was his first name, began selling safety razor blades. 1951, some of you will remember, okay, Madam Vice Chair in particular, 1951, Sam Cooke's single, You Send Me, reached #1 on the charts. And he reached #1 in a lot of hearts. I'll leave it at that. 1961, the Beach Boys Surfin' first received airplay on the radio. There's a lot of music stuff that happened. 1972, Temptations, Papa Was a Rolling Stone hit #1 on the charts. 1978, Neil Diamond and Barbra Streisand's beautiful rendition of You Don't Bring Me Flowers hit #1. 1981, Broadway musical Dreamgirls, based on the life of the Supremes, opened on Broadway. 1983, Michael Jackson's 14-minute Thriller video debuted on MTV. And in 2012, famed rock and roll group Led Zeppelin was recognized by President Barack Obama at the Kennedy Center for their contributions to American culture and arts. All of those things happened on December 2nd, but 2 other dates that were not exactly the 2nd, but close enough. First of all, on December 12th is Alpha Phi Alpha Day. It was the first intercollegiate historically African-American fraternity founded, and it was founded at Cornell University, but later chartered again at Howard University and Virginia Union in 1907. They focus on things like AIDS, voting rights, housing, and so much more. They're very socially conscious. Martin Luther King Jr., Walt Frazier, Justice Thurgood Marshall, Jesse Owens, W.E.B. Du Bois, Joseph Lowery, Andrew Young, Dick Gregory were all members of Alpha Phi Alpha. And they were directly responsible for the conception, funding, and construction of the Martin Luther King Memorial in Washington, D.C., because that was their frat brother as well. So I want to say happy 115th Alphaversary to the men of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. Now, also close enough, yesterday, on December 1st, actually on December 1st, 1955, was 66 years ago, 41-year-old civil rights activist Rosa Parks served as the catalyst for the famed and successful Montgomery, Alabama bus boycott that went on for well over a year when she refused to give up her seat on the bus to a white passenger. Now, as I understand, she was already in the colored section of the bus, but under Alabama law, when the predominant white section is filled, every Black person had to give up their seat to a white person, and she just was plumb tired and refused. So, she was arrested, of course, and that served as the catalyst for the prolonged and highly successful Montgomery, Alabama bus boycott, which was finally led to the 1956 federal court decision that segregation on buses was unconstitutional under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. So Rosa Parks became known as the First Lady of Civil Rights and the mother of the Freedom Movement. So we have a couple other announcements as well. I want to note that, can you go to slide number 1? The Department of Parks and Recreation will host a community meeting to discuss the first draft of the Walker Mill Regional Park Master Development Plan. The planners will present recommendations on the future of the park. It will be Thursday, December the 9th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. Please see the screen to RSVP, pgparks.com/RSVP. Now, slide number 2. Look. This is awesome. I already mentioned that we're in a COVID environment. We have to convene safely and enjoy the holidays in a safe fashion. And what better way to do it than to take your families, loved ones, friends, colleagues, whomever, for a wonderful, exciting, just wondrous drive through the Festival of Lights, the 35th Annual Winter Festival of Lights. It's 3 miles of magnificent and whimsical light displays. It runs nightly from 5 to 9:30 p.m. at Watkins Regional Park. But you must enter from the new location. We will no longer be entering from Watkins Park Drive because we don't want to cause that traffic there and prevent people from getting into their homes. So go to Route 202, as you can see on the screen. It is phenomenal. And we collect canned goods for folks in need. And we need non-perishables. So please do your part, okay? Also, we want to congratulate, look, let me just say this. We have a wonderful, next screen, Federal Housing Finance Agency supervisor economist. And he has been reporting on housing prices and just with phenomenal information. He is our planning board member extraordinaire, along with our others, though. And now you may not recognize him in that picture anymore because now he's been sporting his Movember beard, which has grown in. I hope you keep it. It looks great. But he's reported on the dramatic increases in housing prices, over 18.5% over the previous year, combined with the mortgage rates are now the lowest that they have been in the last 50 years. So there's a supply chain challenges. And so for the past 4 quarters, housing prices rose by double digits in all 50 states. But you don't want to hear this from me. You want to hear it from Commissioner Dorner. So first of all, you can get the full report at fhfa.gov/HPI. And I'm going to now turn to Commissioner Dorner if he would like to elaborate on that for a minute. But we want to congratulate him for what he does in his daytime job. He's not here with us.
Thank you for the warm intro. I think you did a great job at doing it. That's exactly what I would have said if I were to talk about doing. It's been a busy week. I was briefing the White House and HUD and a few others about what's going on because everyone's interested in house prices, but also conforming loan limits, which we set for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and then that trickles down to FHA and RHS and a lot of the other mortgages across the country. So Tuesday was an extremely busy day for me because we had both of those releases come out, but Wednesday was a beautiful day. And Thursday is even nicer because they're all out and they're all done. So yeah, if you want to read anything, fhfa.gov/HPI. And we also have a YouTube video. If you just search for FHFA, you can see about a 3-minute video on there that I cover some of the highlights. But
Can
thank
you
you for
tell them where to go for the YouTube video again? I saw it. It's just powerful. You should watch it. Everyone should watch it.
yeah, I can. I'll go ahead and I'll put the link into the chat in case other people want to see it.
Okay, thank you. So congratulations to our own Commissioner Dorner. Okay. And finally, I got one more announcement. Bowie State made school history. For the first time in the history, the Bowie State football team will advance to the NCAA Division II football playoffs quarterfinals after capturing a 13-10 victory over Newberry College on Saturday afternoon in front of a home crowd of thousands of Bulldog fans at the Bulldog Stadium. This is historic and major. The Bulldogs, who are now 12-1, will now face the number 1 seed Valdosta State for the Super Bowl Region 2 title game on December 4th in Georgia. So let's give it up for the Bowie State Bulldogs, our home team. So way to go. So now, I just reiterate, these continue to be very tough times, and we've all been grappling for way too long with anxiety, stress, fear, loss of friends, loved ones, and we're all stir crazy, but we struggle and we push forward because we are strong and we are resilient and we are doing our part. There's a 4th wave of COVID in Europe, and it has been detected in at least 20 countries, and now it is officially in the United States. The holidays are upon us, and there may be family and social gatherings. I mentioned before that in Prince George's County, we have a 10% increase in COVID cases over the previous week. And that was effective November 20th. That was before the social gatherings that took place on Thanksgiving and that are sure to take place in December. So it's going to be tremendously on the rise. Not only in Prince George's County, as I said, it's on the rise in Montgomery County, it's on the rise in the state of Maryland, it's on the rise in the country. You must do your part. We are all at higher risk as numbers tend to surge during the holidays, and we do not want to jeopardize our loved ones. We have lost members of our commission family. We each know someone who has either died or succumbed or been very, very ill as a result of COVID. If you were doubly vaxxed, your vaccine wears off in a matter of months, maybe 6 months, so get boosted. If you haven't been vaccinated, by all means get vaccinated for yourself, for your loved ones, for everyone, for your colleagues, for everyone that you care about, and particularly our susceptible elderly and our very young. So do it for everyone you love and care about. We thank you and appreciate your flexibility, cooperation, and support as we continue our planning functions in our safe fashion during our no longer new normal, and as we embark on today's hearings on the heels of Thanksgiving. We remain thankful for our many blessings and ask that you make every effort to be kind, to step up on behalf of someone else, to stay safe, to look out for one another, to stay strong, to stay resilient, but by all means, remain ever hopeful as we continue striving through these very challenging times with no end in sight and get to a better place together. Thank you. Okay. First item on our agenda. We have the consent agenda. Is there anyone here to oppose the staff's recommendations on items 4A, 4D, or 4E, or any board member who wishes to discuss?
Madam Chair, move approval of items numbers 4A, 4D, and 4E in accordance with the recommendation of staff.
We have a motion.
Second.
And we have a motion by Madam Vice Chair and seconded by Commissioner Washington. Madam Vice Chair.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner, our celebrity.
Vote aye.
Okay, and Commissioner Giraldo. Commissioner Giraldo, you're muted.
Vote aye, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The ayes have it 5-0. Now, before I go on to the other cases after our consent agenda, I want to note that Today is December 2nd, but tomorrow, December 3rd, I'm going to be deprived of making my special comments on behalf of one of our employees because it's going to be the last work day of a member of our urban design section, and that person is Adam Bossi. Adam Bossi has been with us for 2.5 years, and he's accepted a position. He's still at the commission, but he's going over to the other side, to Montgomery County Department, and he's going to be starting there before the end of the year. So we want to tell Adam Bossi that it has been a pleasure working with him, flying with him, and there you are, Mr. Bossi. And we appreciate his thoughtful work on the front end of his cases so that he was able to present so calmly and so smoothly, and just always bring it home for a nice smooth landing. So you really did, there's a lot of work that goes in on the front end for you to get to that point to present so well. So we thank you so much for that, Mr. Bossi, and we offer you this opportunity to make any comments that you might like to make.
Madam Chair, thank you. It's really been a pleasure and a privilege working with the board, my colleagues in DRD and in the department, department-wide. You know, making this move was certainly something that's bittersweet. I'm happy to be staying in the commission family. You know, I feel like in some way I'm going from Auntie Hewlett's house to Uncle Anderson's house. That's kind of fun. But it really has. It's been a pleasure. I'm sorry?
Don't worry about what I said. Go ahead, keep going.
But it really has been a pleasure and a privilege working with you all and, again, all my colleagues and the applicant teams here in Prince George's County. It's been a wonderful place to work, and yeah, I'm glad I'm staying in the commission family. So thank you very much. And, you know, I'm glad we had many smooth landings together.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. So congratulations, Mr. Hunt. Anything you care to say?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, Adam has been a tremendous, great addition to our team, and really appreciated all the professionalism and the hard work that he's done. I know all of the applicants have really appreciated him as well, because he has really stepped in and done a phenomenal job, not only for the urban design section, for the entire department. And we really appreciate you, Adam, and good luck. And you know, we're always here for you. We're glad that you're staying with the family, but we do hate to see you go, but we're happy you're staying with us. So
yes. So great big congratulations, Adam. Okay, and we look forward to continue to seeing you some more in the future. Okay. All right. The next item on our agenda, we're going to proceed in this order. Item 7, 5, 6, and 8. 7, 5, 6, and 8. So item 7 is the mandatory referral 2110F for New Carrollton Garage at WMATA. It was continued from the September 30th and October 21st planning board meetings. I'm going to check and make sure we have the folks that we need. Ms. Osei, are you present?
I'm present, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Wonderful. Mr. Ship.
Present.
Okay, wonderful. Thomas Burke. Tom Burke. Okay, we'll come back to you, Tom Burke. I see you're on. We're not hearing you.
Madam Chair, I apologize.
Okay.
Tom Burke here.
No worries. Okay, David Bickle.
I am present. Thank you.
Alan Letterman.
I am present. Thank you.
Matthew Sanchez.
I am present. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have 2 exhibits from the September 30th meeting. We have applicants exhibit number 1, which was the wayfinding study, it's 20 pages, and applicants exhibit number 2, the rendering. With that, Ms. Osei, you are on. Ms. Osei.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm Christine Osei, Countywide Planning. I'm presenting on item 7, WMATA proposed garage replacement at New Carrollton. As Madam Chair indicated, was continued from September 30th and October 21st, and is being heard today. The site is in the Metro neighborhood core on one of our regional downtowns in Prince George's County. The new 7-story garage will replace an existing 5-story garage, which will include commercial uses at the bottom and create an 18-hour activity within the Metro Core neighborhood. The new garage will replace, of course, will become 7 stories. The 6th of the stories are dedicated for parking, with a total of 1,900 parking spaces. The first level of the garage will have a retail bus loop, a Greyhound ticketing booth, and the remaining 6 levels indicated will be for parking. The current application lacks pedestrian garage facade design. WMATA is seeking additional funding to improve the overall station area. Such improvements would include enhancing wetland restoration, existing station improvement, access and circulation. Information for additional funding, Madam Chair, was included in the board package. That was information we were able to garnish in the time that we took to work with the applicant to seek additional information. And that was included in your package just to extend the discussion as we get it further into the presentation. WMATA will submit exterior improvement and architectural enhancement to the existing station, pedestrian plaza, and parking garage facade for review when funding becomes available. It took us a lot of time, the time that we had to get to this agreement to understand that WMATA will be able to come back. And so staff is requesting the board to approve the staff recommendation for the applicant to file a second mandatory referral application at 35% design for the site and the facility when funding becomes available. That's really fundamental. WMATA has insisted that because of the headquarters under construction, they are really pushing hard to get the garage under construction, and staff is really holding back to discuss the site design on the side and access to the garage because of the retail on the first floor level. And that's where we arrive at this point of asking WMATA to come back. We held several meetings with the applicant, and one of them this week as well, to make sure we get to a place where we're presenting an understanding where we've arrived based on the time that we were given. The slide in front of you is a rendering which shows exactly something that may come forward after the second review is presented when the design is presented. Next slide. The site is located in Council District 3, County Area 72. Next slide. The site is located at 4280 Garden City Drive, parcel 36, northeast of the New Carlton Metro Station. The property is bound to the north by the existing Orange Line and Amtrak rail tracks, to the east by WMATA Rail Maintenance Facility, to the south by Garden City Drive, and to the west by New Carlton Metro Station. Next slide. The site is in a mixed-use transportation-oriented zone within the New Carlton Metro Station Development District Overlay Zone. The 9.28-acre site is owned by WMATA and is located in a mixed-use transportation overlay zone and within the Metro Core neighborhood of the New Carlton Development District Zone. The site is developed with 2 parking garages today. The southmost parking garage, also on parcel 36, will remain. That's the county-owned garage, which I will discuss in other slides. The northern garage adjacent to the rail track will be demolished, which is the subject of the discussion today. Next slide. The area shows the outline in red of the 2 garages. As I noted before, the northern garage around the track is one to be demolished, which is the subject discussion. The other garage is owned by the county and it remains in place. Next slide. There are no immediate environmental constraints on the site. You can see the 2 garages have filled the area for development. Next slide. Master plan of transportation shows Garden City Drive as a collector road. You can see it in green, and the outline blue is shown as the site of the garage replacement. We shows 2 garages, but only one will be demolished. Next slide. The next 2 slides will be existing condition. This is the garage that is proposed to be replaced. You can see the condition, how it looks like for the entrance of the first level. Next slide. The first garage on your left is a county garage that is staying to remain, and the garage directly in front of you is a subject discussion today, which is a proposed garage for replacement. Next slide. Again, this is an alley between the two garages. The one in the blue is the one that is staying, and the one that is grayish on the south side is the one that is to be demolished. Next slide. This is planned garages in the metro, New Carlton Metro Station area. The garage that is shown with a P is a garage that will be demolished. The other garage shown in red is the one that also P next to it in white is the garage that is staying. And south of that is in Metro headquarters that came for the board's review, I think sometime early this year. And as I said before, the garage, the pressing for the garage to be constructed also relies on it being serving the Metro headquarters as it prepares for opening, as it's currently under construction. Next slide. As I mentioned before briefly in my introduction, one of the sticking points is discussing how WMATA plans to fund the garage construction today versus looking at the overall site, which where staff is looking at, because when the headquarters came before the board for discussion and approval, the immediate site was not looked into. The site, I mean pedestrian ramp, how people connect by foot when they park in the garage and come to the headquarters or go to the plaza or visit other areas that are outside the development of the garage and the headquarters. Those are the areas of concern that we are really trying to get to. At what point do we look at those? And that's why the necessity for this application to come back at the second review is to look at that site analysis of pedestrian connections, sidewalks, lighting, and of course, landscaping. And those areas of concern as what WMATA has positioned to indicate that they will be looking for additional funding to be able to address those concerns. And that's why we agreed to say WMATA will come back when the funding is actually there to look at comprehensively design for the site and the facade design for the garage itself. Next slide. This is one of the slides that shows the circulation for pedestrian into the site, that because we don't have a complete site design and analysis to actually show exactly how the pedestrian connection will go into the garage, especially the first floor retail, it becomes a challenge to really get to the point of being clearly in terms of the site design. So this is shown just to show exactly as a drawing what it will be to get into the garage and out. But again, our concern at staff level is the first floor retail and the rest of the site and how pedestrian connections gets in and out of the garage. Next slide. This is a rendering, one of which I showed at the beginning to show the rendering is just showing you a picture that would be when the garage is designed and is constructed, it may look like this. Next slide. This is again the rendering, and one of the focus on our recommendation that we discussed earlier is to make sure, even though the garage is not visible on Garden City Drive, this part of the garage will be visible on the track when you're riding the train. And this being our downtown focus area, we are also really insisting that the facade design for this portion of the garage be made a little bit more elegant to reflect the view for those that will be riding on the train, even though the other side may not be seen at Garden City Drive. So that's one of the focus that the facade design becomes a discussion at the next review. Next slide. These are the features of the garage. Currently, what we have there is 5-story. The new one is 7. And the first floor is not part of the parking. Only 6 floors above will be the parking. And they will contain 1,900 parking spaces. And of course, you'll have 100 bike racks. And so when you combine 1,900 and 100 bike rides, what we're saying at staff level, will be a lot of pedestrian activity. And the essence of really getting into the site design becomes very critical. The ground level, which is I indicated before, it gets busy as well by creating a bus loop, a Greyhound bus ticketing booth, retail facing the station, which again, WMATA is saying that is subject based on demand. It's not set in place yet, but that's a discussion. And at style level, we are also asking that if that's a discussion, the design needs to be in place if it does take place. Next slide. These are our recommendations. Page 4, which discusses the constraints, which is the funding constraints WMATA has indicated they have. One of the funding constraints we got to understand based on our meetings back and forth is that WMATA is working with a joint development applicant, which is developing some of the parcels outside the mandatory referral parcels. And so that's where the back and forth becomes if other areas of the design of the garage are going to be reviewed. We are not sure how they will come in, either through the joint development with WMATA or coming through mandatory referral. But we are asking that that needs to be looked into. When we get to that point, that discussion needs to be clarified. And that's what the table on page 4 is the funding information that was provided for WMATA. It was an excerpt from the document that I sent to the planning board backup. It came from WMATA to see how they're working with the county and other agencies to locate funding for the comprehensive design of the site as well as the facade of the garage. We are asking for the following information as WMATA gets them. The first recommendation was what I discussed earlier. WMATA needs to come back at review. We're not specifically asking for administrative review. There was a change in here that didn't reflect in this slide. We left it open for the board to present the situation to the board and the seriousness of the nature of this downtown, how it needs to come back. And so this administrative review was a mistake. We left it open. We were pushing for a full review, but discussing with WMATA team, it was agreed that we come to the board and present the facts that surround the nature of coming back and the nature of the place that we're looking for, which is our downtown, and the seriousness of the pedestrian design and connectivity that is not in place at this point. So the administrative review here is kind of a mistake. It was supposed to have been taken out. So I apologize for that. Number 2 is that the applicant, of course, look at the architecture of the design of the garage. I shown on the rendering the portion that oversees the track, which is very visible to those that will ride in the metro. They will see that more than that, which is on the Garden City Drive. Today, we don't have the facade design to actually make sure it's there. So we're asking that that needs to be looked into critically when WMATA does come back. And 3, the applicant, of course, should provide photometric study. The lighting on the plaza, which again, the plaza may not be reviewed by us because they're working with a joint private developer, but we're saying that all of that needs to be looked into together in terms of lighting, connectivity, pedestrian traffic that will go into both of those areas, the plaza, the headquarters, the retail level at the garage. Next slide. And this also, again, to provide a narrative of the schedule demonstrating how the development, the TDDP landscaping requirements are being met for the type of species on the landscape. We'll also provide information on trees, and then of course during the construction, make sure the noise is minimized. This concludes staff presentation, and I believe that Mr. Shipp, per the discussion that we've had, will have a lot of information to add and to clarify wherever there are questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Osei, for that very, very thorough analysis. So we appreciate it. And there probably are questions, but it seems like Mr. Shipp may be in a position to address some of your concerns. So I think I would ask that we hold up on our questions until we hear from Mr. Shipp as well, and then see what questions we have remaining. Mr. Shipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. William Shipp with the law offices of O'Malley, Miles, and Greenbelt. Happy to be here today on this important project.
All right, Mr. Shipp, are you just, you're not on camera? Just checking.
It won't click on, Madam Chair. I'm trying to.
Can you, are you doing anything?
There, is that better?
Okay, thank you. All right, there you go.
First of all, I want to start out by thanking Ms. Osei and the whole team, Mr. Ray, Ms. Gwynn and Ms. Sholars. We've been working quite a bit on this, and we appreciate their assistance. This is a very important project, and I want to try to give an overview and clarify a couple things, and then, of course, answer any questions the board has. It might be helpful to go to what I think is slide 11 that has the overall layout of the town center, because I can point some things out. This slide, yes, thank you. The project is well underway as a town center. You know, the Kaiser building is built and occupied. The garage related to that, the first multifamily, which is all in the lower left-hand corner. The first multifamily is the Stella project, is virtually completed. We have site plan approvals for the second multifamily building, which was the first building approved within the existing Park and Ride bus loop lot. In connection are also kind of in tandem at the same time with the HQ building, which, if you've been out there, is well under construction and being closed in now. I also would point out that the HQ is part of the conversion of the surface parking lot area to a more town center design. You see two building pads close to the station entrance area. Those are future planned buildings on what is now the existing bus loop. And an important feature of this replacement garage is the bus loop activity will be pulled into the garage and will be functioning within the first level of the garage. And as Ms. Osei commented, the Greyhound kiosk, the bus kiosk, which you've probably seen if you've been out to the station, will also be incorporated into the garage. So that will set the stage for some of the future upgrades to the station itself and the plaza. Now, I want to clarify a few things. First of all, WMATA is putting forward this garage. The garage was the county garage. The one that we're talking about today was the former county garage that was transferred to WMATA when the county closed that facility. It stopped operating as a parking garage earlier this year. The other existing garage, which borders on Garden City Parkway or Drive, is the WMATA owned garage and will remain. So at the end of the day, there will be two garages owned and operated by WMATA. The new proposed garage is essentially a twin to the existing garage. It is sandwiched between the existing garage and the tracks, so there's not a lot of highly visible facades. You can see there's a maintenance yard to the east. Of course, there is view from the track, and we're sensitive to that, and to the plaza area. The design that is before you now is what is within the WMATA budgeting process and approved WMATA garage. Urban Atlantic is the project manager for WMATA on this garage, but it is a WMATA project. Urban Atlantic is also my client that's developing the rest of the town center under a joint development agreement, as Christine alluded to. But I do want to point out that the plaza area that was referenced and the station itself will be the subject of future MR mandatory referral applications, because that is WMATA owned and operated. Those upgrades will be done via WMATA. I want to go to a couple of the other slides, if we could, to talk about some of the other things. But one of the things that I also want to correct is that the additional funding and grants for transit upgrades that have been discussed is really a discussion with the county. The county will be the applicant on those grants because private entities can't, and it's not WMATA's intention to do it. It will be the county. They are working in tandem with Urban Atlantic to apply for additional funding, which will include a number of upgrades in the town center, but most specifically for this application, could include upgrades to facade treatments on the garage and also the existing garage. Urban Atlantic is committed to seeking the best possible aesthetic treatment for the overall town center. And the county is interested in that too. But that funding will have to come through grant funding. It is not in WMATA's budget. And that was the reference that we were making. And if you look in the recommendation on the PowerPoint, it's slightly different than the staff report. It talked about coming back for administrative review if we get funding for architectural upgrades. We have no problem with it coming back to the board, of course, whether it's through an update or a separate MR application. But I do want to say that this project is positioned, there's a schedule on slide 12, that the garage is scheduled to be issued for demolition permits, let's say in the immediate future, and permits for construction in 2022, with a targeted completion date of 2024, January of 2024 for the garage. 1,300 spaces have been taken offline. The new garage will replace that with 1,900 spaces. And it's important that we get that work underway as soon as possible. The reference to coming back with architectural updates is, in our mind, subject to our ability to get these grant approvals, and also would come back either through an MR application. We had a number of discussions about this. There's not really a precedent for like an 01 amendment. We would probably file a new MR if that's what the board directs. But I want to make clear that on this slide where you see the yellow, the station and the plaza, those would be separate MR applications. And you see some targeted timing for that for 2024 to get those underway. It's all part of the master plan for the town center, but it is subject to additional funding, and those are under WMATA control. As I mentioned, the bus loop and the Greyhound facility would be brought into the garage, but also there is planning for up to 1,500 square feet of retail. And if we could go to one of the slides that shows the garage, proposed garage facing the station. And
do you know what's the best slide for it? Oh, that one?
No, that's the one facing the tracks. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Facing. Okay.
You see that little white section at the first ground level? That would be the main entrance area and where the potential retail would be. And those folks would come right out of the garage into the plaza, either through the stairwell tower or in that retail area. This slide, of course, doesn't show everything else that's going on around the town center, but the HQ is really in that green foreground. There is existing sidewalk access. We did provide a pedestrian circulation study and exhibit. And so I want to make clear that even though there are going to hopefully be future upgrades to the station and the plaza area, which really will enhance the aesthetic value of it, there is access from the garage and the existing garage to the station and to the HQ. There were upgrades to the entrance road into the station area. Sidewalks are there. ADA compliance is there. We will meet all of those requirements, but the future enhancements to the plaza and the station will help bring it forward and make it much nicer in the future as part of the town center as we come forward. If we could maybe go through some of these slides that show the elevations, you can see how this one kind of matches the existing garage. This is the face towards the tracks. You know, I know that the garage We've had many discussions on many cases about garages. But I do think that this has some articulation and also glass included in the stairwells. So this is the face towards the tracks. The next one. Oops, I wanted to see the one with the alley. I'm sorry, that is slide 10, this one. I want to make clear that the garage on the left is the one that's going away. The area that shows as a sidewalk, and then you see a little ramped, kind of terraced green area, that's all going away and is incorporated into the garage footprint of the new garage. There will be entrance to the existing garage where that road is, but all the pedestrian circulation is going to be really directed away from this. So whereas this is now a pedestrian function between the two garages, now it will be directed otherwise within the garage. Just wanted to make that clear. And could we go to slide 13? Which also shows the circulation. That is in red, the vehicular in and out circulation. And then green is the bus loop circulation, which would be on the ground floor. And what's hard to see at the scale of this is that the pedestrian circulation is primarily directed towards coming right out what we would call the front towards the station, the lower left-hand corner. And then along the side between the tracks, there'll be pedestrian access to those stairwell towers. But the main focus will be getting people in and out from the front of the garage, which again, we're calling the facade that faces the station area. What we would like to make clear in our request and your consideration is that we are seeking to go forward with the garage permitting while we are seeking the grant applications with the county's assistance. And then to the extent that grant money comes in, we would do facade updates. And I'm told by the Urban Atlantic reps that are on the call with us today that that would include the potential upgrades to the existing garage, so that we would look at those facades as well. And if we're successful in that funding with the county, that we would come back to the board. I think staff is recommending that it would be a separate MR application, and we're okay with that. However the board wishes us to proceed, we're happy to do that. But at this stage, it's critical that we move with the garage. Demolition is going to be in process soon. And as you know, the permitting and construction of a garage is fairly complex, and we want to get on with that so that we can meet our 2024 deadline, so that there is adequate parking for the station and for HQ and other town center users. I think we're a little bit benefited by reduced traffic with the pandemic, much to WMATA's chagrin in terms of ridership. But we're hoping that that ramps up, as we all do, get back to normal, and we want to be prepared for that. So I think that is the general overview. As far as the recommendations go, we would, of course, provide comments in our letter once the board's recommendation on the MR comes through. We've provided additional landscaping information. Some of it had not been added to the notes yet. So we're working through that, and I'm sure we'll work with Ms. Gwynn and update those. Some of the references to things like additional trees in the right-of-way, that'll be governed by DPI, but we certainly will pass that along. And I would say that again, Garden City Drive is a separate project. We'll be going through the DPI process as well. So really the main point, probably of discussion too with the board, is going to be that we want to make clear that we are seeking funding for station upgrades, which would include facade enhancements, and we would bring that back as a separate MR application to the board if we're successful. So with that, I'm open to answering any questions and furthering the discussion.
I'm going to see what kind of questions that we have, and I just want to make sure. I have to tell you right off the top. So I'm wearing my hat as planning board chair and also as a 4+ decades resident of Prince George's County, as we all are residents of Prince George's County, and we care, as you are too, Mr. Shipp. But we want this to be beautiful. And also I'm wearing the hat as the former chair of WMATA, so board of directors. So we want the station to be beautiful. This is the one that I use the most for Metro, for Amtrak, the bus kiosk, you know, for those family members I used to send back and forth on via the bus. And I know that there's artwork, there's tiles and whatnot. I just want to make sure that at some point you try to incorporate some nice art there as well. We want that facade to be beautiful.
And I understand you, Madam Chair, and that's why the second recommendation, which talked about some specific techniques for doing things, which I think might include art, we understand that list, and we're hoping, you know, it's not going to include all of it. It may include things that are on that list. Things can be done with lighting nowadays that are very beautiful, and but we're committed to pursuing that and trying to bring something back. And my suspicion is the board's going to want to see it, not just an administrative review.
Right. And that lighting is very, very important. I mean, lighting can be decorative, but it's also a safety thing as well. And I know that we have had break-ins over the years, especially when people park there and then leave some sort of tablet or something that's visible. It's inviting.
Yes, and you know from your prior role that WMATA has very strict lighting standards. They actually probably exceed some of the CEPTED requirements without violating light pollution and all that. And we're confident that we can address that comment from staff about additional lighting analysis.
Okay, thank you. So let's see if the board members have any questions of you at this time. Madam Vice Chair?
You talked about the funding. Are there any projected timeframes for funding?
I might ask, Madam Chair, we have some folks from the project manager, Urban Atlantic, Mr. Sanchez or Mr. Letterman. If it's agreeable, I'd like to ask one of them to answer that question.
Okay.
Sure. I'll go ahead, Matt. Good morning, all. This is Alan Letterman with Urban Atlantic. Happy to be in front of you again. The timeline is not 100% clear, and the reason for that is that the application process for these grants, as most of you know, the Biden administration's infrastructure bill allocates a whole lot of dollars to some existing programs and a lot of dollars to new programs. And I think a lot of the notice of funding, those processes are still in the works. And so we do not know exact dates of when applications will even be made available. We expect that over the next 6 months, that most of those will probably be coming out. And we're working now with the county and our team to identify which programs, the various projects we're seeking funding for, would fall under, and start gearing ourselves up and coordinating with the county to get ourselves in shape to prepare those grants. But until a schedule and notices of funding availability become available to us, it's hard to nail that down. But that being said, I think that most of these applications would be coming out in the next 6 to 8 months, with notices back to applicants sometime in the 6 to 8 months after those applications are made, and kind of thereafter we would go through the paperwork process of assuming we get funded, this point.
Okay, thank you.
Alan, if I could you speak to the intent that are we hopeful that that funding, although not exact, if we're successful, could come in a timeline that will allow us to incorporate some of these enhancements with the construction of the garage as opposed to long after its completion?
I think that is the goal. I think that whatever the timing is for securing of these funds and when those can funnel into the project, we do not want to be held up from opening up the garage for use. And so to the extent that the money comes in and can be applied in a timely manner prior to the opening of the garage, we definitively want to do that. So we will do that if possible from a timing standpoint.
And the other thing I'd add, Ms. Bailey, while we're on that topic, is that the garage is designed and engineered to support additional upgrades to the facades. In other words, the foundations can bear the weight, and it's being anticipated that we don't know exactly what could be added yet, but we're planning for it in the construction design of this garage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, it's Commissioner Washington, any questions or comments?
No questions, Al, but I would just like to co-sign or associate myself with your comments with regards to the beautification of this spot. It happens to be where I go to work because I commute between this area and New York City, so I am there quite frequently, and I'm looking forward to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Washington. Commissioner Dorner?
No further comments, or I guess no further questions yet. I go here pretty regularly when we have in-person planning board meetings. Almost every Thursday, I'd be dropping off my wife there. She commuted into DC, and then I'd head down to Upper Marlboro. So looking forward to seeing it a lot more functional and a lot more built up and more modern and beautified. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Oh,
yes?
I'm sorry. Well, I just wanted to say, while obviously we're focusing on the aesthetic architectural enhancements, but I do want to say that the visioning with WMATA and with Urban Atlantic is that there will be upgrades to the station itself, to the Amtrak facility. So there is a lot of effort and planning going on about upgrading that station. I didn't want you to think
the station
that
is open sometimes. Well, I mean, I know you don't control that necessarily.
Yeah.
Very often it's not. Okay.
But I did want to let you know that people in the right places are thinking about total upgrades to the station experience.
Good. It needs it. Commissioner Giraldo?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Shipp, and thank you as well, Representative from Metro. I have one question. You're going to have electrical charging stations. Have you decided the amount?
Alan, do you happen to know the amount of EV stations?
Yeah, I'm actually going to defer to Matt.
Yep, I can handle that one. Right now, we're planning for 5% of installed electric vehicle. We are also planning to provide infrastructure for a larger percentage so that making those upgrades easier if an electric vehicle chargers are required at a higher level in future years.
Okay, thank you.
For the record, that was Matthew Sanchez of Urban Atlantic. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. And 5% of 1,900 spaces is almost 100 spaces.
Right.
And I would add 100 spaces for bicycle parking as well.
Yep.
I saw that. Thank you.
Thank you for not asking about dog parks. Okay.
Oh, is there a dog park?
Okay.
There is at the multifamily building.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Shipp.
Yeah, I'm glad. Mr. Shipp, I'm glad you explained that Amtrak is looking, that it's a combined effort for the entire station. So that's good because as you can see, everybody uses the station. use Amtrak as I go back and forth to my original hometown, New York. And as we, that's my place, as I take the metro an awful lot, that's my station, and so, but you hear everyone saying that, and we care about it. And it's a perfect transit hub right there, just perfect. And we're enhancing New Carrollton. So it's just really very, very important that we have these amenities as well. So we're appreciate. We look forward to seeing some more. We're seeing it when you come back as well.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think,
Okay.
sorry to interrupt. From what you just heard from Mr. Shape and what the staff presentation is, the weighted issue before the board is to help us decide how we come back, administrative or full. As I said, that was a sticking point where we could not get to that point. We decided to make sure we presented it to the board, even though it showed on the PowerPoint differently than the staff report. The staff report, it says come back to the board for second review. And so that is the weighted point that we are at, which we agreed to say, yes, let's present this to the board and get guidance how we come back. And unfortunately, we could not tear apart between ourselves to agree to full. Staff was leaning to the full, but the applicant was leaning to the administrative. So we had a divided opinion in terms of how we agree. So this is what we're presenting to the board.
Mr. Shipp, now you've seen the level of interest here.
Yeah,
right.
We have no problem if we are successful in getting the funding coming back to the board. However, the board directs us to do that, whether it's through an update or a whole new MR application, we're happy to do it. That's not an issue. Process we can figure out. The goal is to make sure we show this to the board.
Okay, I'm not going to jump into process unless Ms. Osei has some, something, some salient point to make, but I think it needs to come back before the board. So that's just me.
The only distinction I want to try to, I'm
You're
sorry
saying
to
if you
keep
get the
hammering on
funding,
it.
and if you get the funding?
So we need to be able to proceed with permit and get going and hopefully succeed in the funding and bring that back as a separate MR. If it's an MR, it comes to the board. So I personally, I think that's probably the direction to go, but it would be the MR for the architectural enhancements subject to funding approval.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't know whether Rachel is on from Urban Design, because this was the challenge that came on from Urban Design, looking at the overall site layout and the concerns that Urban Design brought on the table where we are now today. And so the facade design, as you see in the recommendation, as well as the site design and pedestrian connections, which Bill showed a little bit on the connectivity, but in terms of the drawing and illustrations, which we don't have, that was the issue from Urban Design.
Well, and we have provided some additional information on that, and we feel that with responding to the MR report as it comes out, that we can make the pedestrian circulation clear on the plans. So we will do that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion, I think, which addresses the comments. And so with that, Madam Chair, I move that we accept the recommendations of staff with the exception of recommendation number 1. And recommendation number 1 should strike administrative level review and instead indicate that the applicant will file a new mandatory referral to address the improvements and or architectural enhancements and so forth, is already outlined in recommendation number 1. And with that, approve the transmittal of MR-2110F to Mr. Stephen Teitelbaum with WMATA.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's have some discussion here, because I see your motion doesn't pertain to the funding, right?
It does pertain, because the funding is addressed in recommendation number 1. It's contingent upon when additional funding is obtained.
Okay.
The trigger, that's the trigger, but
I
the
got it.
vehicle
Okay.
becomes.
Okay, got it. Okay, got it. Okay. Is there any additional discussion? Okay, Madam Vice Chair.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote on, Madam Chair.
The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, everybody, and we pledge to keep working hard on this.
Please do.
Thank you.
Please do, Mr. Ship, and thank you, team.
Thank you.
Okay, so before I go to the next item, I did give a shout out to the 115th anniversary of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, and I mentioned all these esteemed gentlemen who were members of that fraternity. I failed to mention the esteemed land use attorney, Majette S. Parker. So Majette Parker, we wanted to congratulate you on your 115th Alphaversary as well. Next item on our agenda is MR 1946F, Claggett Property Solar Array. Again, Ms. Osei.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Lynch.
Present, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Joe DeMarco.
Present, Madam Chair.
Jay Smith. Jay Smith. Okay, well, I don't see him on here, but you have a number of other people on here. Matt, okay, you got to help me here. Matt Mamajek.
I'm here, Madam Chairman.
Did I pronounce it correctly? Probably not.
Yeah, that was right.
Okay, thank you. Harry Benson.
Present.
Okay, wonderful. Ms. Osei, you are on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Again, I'm Christine Osei for the record, Countywide Planning Division, Special Projects Section. Item 5 is a proposed array on 37.4 acres of a larger 258.88 acre Claggett Farm. The application was accepted on September 21st, 2021 with the waiver to review beyond the required time frame. However, the project was moved from November 18th to today. The applicant, before I move into my presentation, I'd like to make a correction. The spelling of Claggett Farm had 2 G's on the staff report, and so that will be corrected. Whatever we can find in the staff report to make the change. So thank you. And then one other correction I would like to make, was just to clarify. I added a specimen tree slide into the presentation just to make sure we can have a full discussion in terms of the tree removal on the site. So that was new. So just want to bring that to the attention of the board before I proceed. Thank you. The applicant seeks to construct, I've already discussed that, 37 acres. The application is subject to the solar energy guidelines adopted in the Uniform Standards in 2018. SE discourages locating solar energy systems on prime agricultural farmlands such as a Claggett Farm. The SE does not support locating an array on RA zones, especially portions located on prime agricultural soils. The Claggett Farm and the surrounding properties are in the rural agricultural zone. The residential agricultural zone is reserved for large lot, single-family detached residential development while encouraging the retention of agriculture as a primary use. To mitigate the impact on rural agricultural uses, both on the Claggett Farm and the adjoining farms, the applicant has submitted a dual-use pollination plan for the site. This will be discussed further in the presentation. Allowing staff to request the board to approve the recommendation for the proposed array. The outline, the slide before you just shows the outline of the array on the 37.4 acres. Next slide. The site is located in Council District 9 within planning area 82A in the southern part of the county. Next slide. The site is bounded to the north by William Beans Road and Pennsylvania Avenue, west and south by residential and agricultural uses, and east by Pepco easements over headlines. And you can see the site, which is the entire 258 acres, is shown in red. Next slide. The entire 258 acres is in the rural agricultural zone, as discussed earlier, as well as the surrounding shown on the slide. Next slide. The aerial map shows the entire 258 acres, but I will discuss further as the 3 arrays are discussed in the next slide. Next slide. There are a number of environmental features on the site which are still unverified, some of them directly related to the mandatory referral process, and some of them not. First of all, the site is located within regulated environmental areas such as streams, wetlands, and prospective buffers. And some of this has not been verified because an NRR application has not been approved for the site. For some reason, the applicant is still working with environmental planning staff to get this underway. Knowing that this is not directly to mandatory referral, but verification is required at the time of mandatory review to make sure the impact to the site did not impact sensitive environmental features on the property. So an NRR is a separate application after the process, but it's still pending for this site. The site is also subject to the Woodland Conservation and Wildlife Habitat. The applicant has not provided a TCP plan for the site, and that is still pending as well. Next slide. This is the master plan of transportation, shows the site highlighted in blue, and south of the green area, which is the William Bean Road, which is a collector road, runs parallel to Pennsylvania Avenue Expressway. Next slide. I discussed this earlier. The 2018 Planning Board SE guidelines prohibits locating solar arrays on rural areas, rural agricultural areas, and if they have to be located, a dual use is required, as noted in item C, and I discussed that earlier. I will discuss that in the next slides coming forward in the presentation. Next slide. The project is to install 3 separate arrays on 37.4 acres on the bigger portion of the farm, which is 258.8 acre farm. There will be a fence around the entire, all 3 sites where the arrays will be installed. An access road is being constructed of William Gaines Road. There's a concern about the access road in relation to the tree removal, which I will discuss in the further slides coming. The arrays, of course, will be installed in a racking panel with a pollination cover below the panels, which is the dual use plan that is submitted by the applicant. It's also, I will discuss in other slides coming in the presentation. The site is where the arrays are located deep into the property and will not be seen off William Beans Road because of a lot of existing woodland. The remaining portion of the farm from the application that is filed will continue to remain in agricultural use. And so this is a project that has come through the community solar program. Next slide. This is the pollination plan that is submitted by the applicant, and it shows a number of the yellow areas are the 3 arrays that are embedded within the green fingers that come through, showing existing woodlands. What is not seen here is the access road, which will come forth in terms of how you get to the site for where the arrays will be located without impacting trees. Next slide. This is the site plan. The magenta from what the applicant has submitted shows the access to the site will come from the existing William Bean Road that runs south of Pennsylvania Avenue. You can see the magenta connection stem from the William Bean Road all the way inside into the 3 array areas. The stem from William Bean shows a major impact on existing woodland. And it is not clear how many trees are going to be lost because the TCP has not been approved for the site. And that's the issue that the environmental planning section has brought forth. The Magentas continues with the gravel road that is come all the way in and connects to all the 3 arrays. But the question remains, how many trees will be lost in terms of construction of the solar array? Another issue that is raised on here, which Historic Preservation did bring forth as part of their recommendation 8, is this farm land has a history, was a plantation where slaves were kept by the Claggett family. The site may have some historic significance in terms of the structures that are on the farm. Historic Preservation requested to do a site visit to see exactly the nature of the structures that will be removed. Some of them are shown on the site plans to the ones that are proposed for removal. But the recommendation from Historic Preservation is that the survey needs to be done to make sure maybe some artifacts may be on the site given the history of the site. Next slide. This is a specimen tree removal. As I indicated before, the specimen tree shows a number of trees. The green dots at the bottom, there are 3 areas. The one in the northern portion shows 1 tree to be removed. I think 3 or 4 trees on the southern portion down, yes. And then 1 at the end on the eastern side. Again, when you look at the site plan side by side with this specimen tree removal, it does not address the issue of the access road construction and how many trees will be lost when that access road is put in place coming from William Bean Road into the site. And that's the question that we've tried at staff level to work with the applicant to make sure the TCP needs to go through to be approved, to make sure the specimen trees that are going to be removed are actually identified. And that application process, even though it's outside the mandatory for review process as noted, it needs to be clarified in the review process as we speak to make sure those areas are protected. Next slide. As I noted before, the 3 arrays will be fenced, and this is a sample of what the fence will look like. Next slide. The recommendation, the first 2 recommendations are for fire EMS. We don't know whether there's a history of fire within arrays or not, but it's wise enough for the applicant to contact the fire department to make sure there's an pre-incident plan in place, since the arrays are not monitored daily, to make sure if something does happen on the site, someone is alerted in terms of what's going on the site. The next one is to make sure there's enough landscape beyond, between the existing farm and other adjoining uses because of the introduction of the array. And also to make sure the noise during the construction protects the adjoining uses. And also the specimen tree removal remains an issue because the TCP has not been approved for the site. We're just throwing that recommendation minimized, but it needs to be verified with the application being reviewed and approved, which is not in place at the moment. The chain link fence is what is being recommended. And William Bean Road, as I mentioned before, it's a collector road, but there's a plant in the master plan of transportation, there's a plant bike crossing that needs to be protected as that dirt road is being created into the site. And this concludes staff presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you. Oh yeah, we have one more, sorry. The last recommendation I discussed earlier is from Historic Preservation. Noting the history of the site being a plantation, these are the concerns that were raised, and these are the recommendations and in place to make sure an evaluation is made to identify if there are actually any artifacts that reflects the history of the site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think frankly, I think that's important. So, so let's see if there are any questions of Ms. Osei at this time. Madam Vice Chair.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Osei.
Okay, Commissioner Washington.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Osei.
Commissioner Dorner.
No questions. Thank you.
And Commissioner Giraldo.
No questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Osei.
Okay, Mr. Lynch, you are on.
Morning, Madam Chair, members.
Let me say this to you. Thank you for the correction. Okay. Thank you for the correction on the spelling, because, you know, we've had lots of interactions over the years with the Claggett family, and some spell it with 2 G's and some spell it with 1 G, just like Gabriel Duval. Some are 2 L's and some are 1 L at the end. So it's, even though it's the same family. So I thank you for that in this instance. Okay. Mr. Lynch, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Dan Lynch with the law firm McNamee Hosey here on behalf of Standard Solar. Before I get into my presentation, I would like just to thank Mr. Bossi. I've worked with him over the last couple of years, and as I indicated in my email to him yesterday, he will be sorely missed. As the chair mentioned earlier, he not only did a lot of work on the front end, but more importantly, on making sure that things were handled in a timely manner on the back end. And that being said, one of the last matters that Mr. Bossi handled for us was the certification of the target plans that this board reviewed, I believe, back at the end of September. And as a result of his reviewing, approving, or certifying those plans in a timely manner, we'll be able to obtain our building permits prior to the end of the year. So again, I'm going to miss Mr. Bossi, and I thank him for his assistance over the last few years. Now, beyond that, again, we're here with regard to this mandatory referral on the property known as Claggett Farm, and I'd like to thank Ms. Osei, as well as Dr. Stabler and Ms. Reiser for their assistance on this. We spent a lot of time over the last few weeks working with staff and attempting to address their concerns. As Ms. Osei indicated, one of the concerns raised by staff was with regard to the removal of specimen trees on the site. And as indicated on the plans that we submitted to, I believe, Ms. Reiser as well as Ms. Osei, the access road that's being constructed from William Beans into the site, the clearing will be approximately 5,000 square feet in size, and based upon a study done by our folks, will not be removing any specimen trees within that area. With regard to the balance of the site, as you'll note from the plan that was put up on the board by Ms. Osei, we are preserving most of the woodlands on the site. We will be removing I think 9 specimen trees associated with this, but that's out of what we determined to be 362 specimen trees located on the property. And of the 9 that are being removed, we determined, or our experts have determined, that 8 of those trees are in poor to fair condition. So again, we've made every attempt to not only preserve trees on site, but be very conscious of the trees that we're removing, so that any specimen trees that are being removed and are as indicated, in poor to fair condition. With regard to the concerns raised by Ms. Osei regarding historical structures on the site, we work with Dr. Stabler, and one of the things that we are proposing to do is to relocate our fence line and also relocate the solar array on the northern end of the site, so that 2 of the structures, there are 2 sheds that are located in that area, will now be outside the solar array field in our fence line. So we're continuing to work on this project and ensure that the concerns raised by staff are addressed. And we believe that we have designed this site to not only be conscious of the environmental features, but also the historic features outlined in Ms. Osei's presentation. And with that, Madam Chair, we'll be happy to answer any questions this board has with regard to this mandatory referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Let's see if the board has any questions of you at this time. And thank you for your comments regarding Mr. Bossi. Madam Vice Chair?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Washington?
No questions.
Okay, Commissioner Dorner?
No questions, thank you.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Okay, all right. Ms. Osei?
Regarding what Mr. Lynch just said in response to Jennifer's recommendations to redesign or to relocate the array, would that?
can you come back on camera, Ms. Osei?
Oh, sorry. I gotta take it off. Gotta open it. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Regarding Mr. Lynch's comment in response to the recommendation by Historic Preservation because of the history of the farm to relocate or redesign or move one of the arrays to another location. How would we know? Are we gonna resubmit something to us? If what is submitted today is changed based on what Mr. Lynch just said?
Well, as it's been, Ms. Osei realized we're still going through the process, especially with regard to the tree conservation plan. And we'll be more than happy to submit that to staff for their review just to ensure that we are relocating that field.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to know where it's going to be reflected.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I guess that's it pretty much. Is there a motion? All of your folks here are here just if there are any questions, right, Mr. Lynch?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the recommendations of staff and approve the transmittal of MR-1946F to the Claggett Family LLC.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Washington, seconded by Madam Vice Chair. So Mr. Lynch, I just had a curiosity. So this is the Claggett family. This is Bob Claggett and his family, right? Where the owners. Okay, of the property. That's what I just hadn't seen them in a while. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Vice Chair?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
Vote aye, Madam Chair.
The ayes have it, and 5-0. Thank you. Okay.
Have a happy holiday.
And same to you. Okay. So it's just about 12 noon. I think we have 2 more cases to go. I think, and the one is going to take a good while. So I think we need to take a little 5-minute break and then return. Okay. Nature break. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So the Prince George's County Planning Board is back in session from its little nature break. I just need our gentleman. Okay, I see Commissioner Giraldo. You're not in the camera. Okay, there we go. Okay, wonderful. So I wanted to take a moment to say, we've had an update since my announcement earlier this morning, and the update is that we now have 56,000 people hospitalized in the U.S., hospitalized with COVID, 56,000 currently. And this, the second case has broken, the second case of the Omicron is now in the United States as well. So first there was one in California, and I think this one is it Michigan or Wisconsin? But anyway. Minnesota, okay. So, and numbers are drastically increasing. There's, the numbers are just increasing tremendously, even just since They don't even have the Thanksgiving ones in. So we, you know, everyone just has to be really careful. Okay. The next thing is, next case that we have here is item 6, which is detailed site plan 16059-03 Glenarden redevelopment. We have Mr. Zhang present, who we see.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Horn is the attorney, we see. And Mike Noby, are you present?
Present.
Okay, wonderful. Kevin Garvey?
Madam Chair, this is Barry Case, and he's also here. He just stepped out of the room for a minute.
Okay, so we've got Kevin Garvey, and thank you. We have Barry Kaysen, clearly. Patrick Bateman?
I'm here.
And Patrick Stewart? Patrick Stewart, we see that you're signed on. I don't.
All right, I'm
Patrick
muting
Stewart?
myself. Sorry, Madam
Okay.
Chair. Yes, good afternoon. I'm here.
Wonderful. Now, I would note that we had Erica Fareed from the city of Glenarden, but she just sent a message that she no longer wishes to appear today. So she had signed up as in opposition, but she's no longer going to participate, but that's hot off the presses. Okay. So with that, Mr. Zhang?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board. For the record, this is Henry Zhang of Urban Design Section. Item 6 in front of you is a revision to a previously approved detailed site plan, which limited to building U only. Basically, this DSP is intended to reduce the previously approved number of dwelling units for this building U from 60 to 54. And then adjust the building design correspondingly. Basically, this DSP was approved under the residential revitalization provision. Next slide, please. This project is located in Planning Area 72, Council District 5. Next slide, please. Specifically, see here, the site is outlined in red, which is very limited to this corner. Basically, it's located at the intersection of Everett Street and Bright Sea Road. Next slide, please. The site, as you see to the both north and west of this areas is located in the MXT zone, which is the mixed-use transportation-oriented zone. Next slide, please. This aerial photo shows that the largest development basically is under construction. The closest building to the north of this site is the clubhouse, is also under the construction. Next slide, please. This slide shows some slope close to the intersection, but to the rear of this site. Next slide, please. This is the master plan right-of-way map, shows that the northern segment of Bright Sea Road and the Everett Street, both are collector roadway, and the southern segment of Bright Sea Road is a arterial roadway. Next slide, please. This bird's eye view shows the surrounding of the site as outlined in red. There's nothing happening on this site now. Right. Next slide, please. This is previously approved detailed site plan. You see here, this is a larger development, basically for a total of 430 DUs, of which 232 basically are multi-family units, and the 60 units in this revision basically belong to that 232. If you look at the corner at the lower right-hand corner, of this intersection, basically that's the location of the building. At time of original approval, there's no specific builder identified. So you see the building footprint here is very generic footprint with the stormwater management facility located between Bright Sea Road and the building. Next slide, please. This is the site plan. It's a little bit fuzzy, but it shows the relationship of this proposed new building U with the rest of the larger project. Next slide, please. This gives you a close-up shot of this building. You see this curvilinear building basically fronting towards the internal loop street with 2 access points from the internal loop street with surface parking in the front. This building basically consists of 5 distinct segments, which provide a very strong visual division for this building. The following slides 12 to 14 are the specific elevations. Ken, would you please just next slide, please, and then flip through. Yeah, this is basically the major elevations of this building. You see here there are 5 distinct segments vertically divided to break down the horizontal expanse of this larger building. Those segments are connected with the breezeway, which each has its own entrances. The building is basically a 3-story pitched roof building, but with a combination of finished material of brick and the cementitious panels. Next slide, please. Basically, those are the different elevations. There are 4 unit types proposed in this building, but with 2 unit size. I think the specific unit measured 694 square feet, and another one measured 989 net floor areas. The original program was intended to achieve the LEED bronze level certification. This revision does not impact those prior finding for this approval. This is a lighting plan which shows that sufficient lighting has been provided on the side. Next slide, please. The urban design section recommends approval of this revision because this revision is limited to building U, and it's very limited to the entire, building U, and the siding is the same, specific on the side. And those findings at the time of original approval for conformance with the zoning ordinance, specifically section 27445.10, as well as the requirements of the landscape menu, woodland wildlife habitat conservation ordinance, as well as tree canopy coverage ordinance at the time of original approval remains still valid and governing this project. No agency opposed to the approval of this revision. Only one citizen sign up who is the council member of the city of Glenarden, and then staff reached out to her and they explained what's going on with this revision and also the limited scope of this revision. So no citizen opposition received during the review process. The urban design section recommends approval of this residential revitalization detailed site plan, DSP-16059-03 for Glenarden redevelopment project, subject to one condition stated on page 11 of the staff report. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang. Let's see if there's any questions of you at this time. And I would note, I indicate, you mentioned Ms. Murray, but she did elect not to speak, so she withdrew her request to speak. All right, let's see if there are any questions of you. Madam Vice Chair.
No questions, and thank you, Mr. Zhang.
Okay. Commissioner Washington.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Zhang.
Commissioner Dorner.
No questions.
And Commissioner Giraldo.
Mr. Zhang, thank you. I have no questions.
Okay. Mr. Horn, you are on.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Good afternoon. Arthur Horn with the Law Offices of Shipley and Horn in Largo, Maryland. Very pleased, as usual, to be here with you, here representing Penrose LLC. Mr. Patrick Stewart is Regional Vice President, is on. We have Mr. Patrick Bateman, who's a developer for Penrose, is here. As you heard, the civil engineers are from Ben Dyer, Barry Kaysen, Mike Novi, Ken Garvey, they're all on board. As this Planning Board may recall, this Glenarden development is really a joint venture between Penrose and First Baptist Church of Glenarden. They're subsidiary of Shabak, Redevelopment Authority, and others. This project demolished the 578 HUD garden units on there and created a new development of mixed affordable units and senior housing. Here, however, we're here as Mr. Zhang so adequately and professionally stated, because the detailed site plan for one of the multifamily buildings is simply reducing the number of units by 6. Instead of building 60 units within the building, they're building 54. It's going from 11 bedrooms, 11 one bedrooms, 39 two bedrooms, and 10 3 bedrooms to now 41 one bedrooms and 13 two bedrooms. You know, we were hoping to be able to do a staff level, but because it slightly changed the footprint, we had to bring this back in front of the planning board, which we certainly don't mind because, again, as we mentioned, this project is a tremendous representation of how organizations can work together, public and private, to develop something fantastic and new and different in the area, specifically in this Glenarden area. So with that, Madam Chairman, I won't belabor the point. Again, it's simply a reduction in the number of units by 6 from a previously approved detailed site plan. And we're asking the board for support. And as you heard, we have the whole team here in case they have any questions about anything. But that's basically why we're here this afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah, it did slip into the afternoon, didn't it?
Yes,
Okay.
it did.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Let's see if there are any questions of you. Madam Vice Chair.
Hold on.
No. Is there any questions?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know it's getting to be lunchtime. I understand.
Yes, indeed. No questions. Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Okay. Commissioner Washington.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Commissioner Dorner.
No questions, but Mr. Horn, you know you got at least one vote there. I'm not going to say which way I'm going, so you can't count the votes until
Okay.
There we go. Okay. And next we have Commissioner Giraldo.
Mr. Horn, thank you. I have no questions of him.
Okay, so there's no questions of Mr. Horn or his experts. In that case, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
I do have a question real quick. Mr. Horn, so we haven't met. We didn't meet last week because it was Thanksgiving, so it's been 2 weeks ago since our last meeting. Was there anything that you wanted to celebrate? Did you have something to celebrate in the intervening 2 weeks? Because one of them looked kind of questionable for a while.
Well, you know, the college football playoffs are getting down to the nitty gritty, and I'm keeping an eye on my alma mater, who looks a little shaky this year. So y'all know I'm an Alabama grad, so we're still in there. It's not over yet.
It's not over, so a Crimson Tide. Okay, all right. So There are no other questions. We have a motion?
Yeah, go Gamecocks. Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve DSP 16059-03 along with the associated condition as outlined in staff's report.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, second by Madam Vice Chair. Madam Vice Chair?
I vote aye for real this time.
Commissioner Washington?
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
I vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
I vote aye, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, the ayes have it 5-0. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is item 8, which is preliminary plan of subdivision 4-20035, the Ridges at Old Chapel. Let's make sure we have everyone. Mr. Diaz Campbell.
Present, Madam Chair.
Okay, there you are. Mr. Rivera.
Here, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, Asko Miljakovic. Hey. Can you unmute? Are you unmuting him? He has to unmute himself. Can you unmute yourself?
Hold on.
No, there it is up above. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please tell me how to pronounce your last name so I don't mess it up.
Milkovic.
Milkovic? Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Milkovic, okay. And then Joe Lomangino?
You nailed it. That's correct.
Good. Okay. Okay, everybody else got to turn their mics off at this point because we're getting feedback. So, all right, Mr. Rivera, we are inundated with exhibits here. We have applicants' exhibits 1 through 8D. CB 33, applicants' exhibit number 1 is CB 33, 2008. Applicants' exhibit number 2 is section 24-152 of the subdivision regs. Applicants' exhibit 3 is adjoining woodlands and steep slopes, 3 pages. Applicants' exhibit number 4, improvements to approved sketch plan. Applicants' exhibit number 5, arborist findings as to specimen trees 20 and 25. Applicants' exhibit 6 included bark samples. Applicants' exhibits 7A through 7C. The state of Pleasant Valley 4-07076 is 7A. Pecan Ridge is 7B, and 7C is Brandywine Woods. Then we go to applicants' exhibit number 8, the land design concepts for a state-style project. Applicants' exhibit 8A is the entry feature. Applicants' exhibit B is the bridge. Applicants' exhibit C is the bridge also. And then applicants' exhibit D is fencing, but there's a second page. You can explain that. And all right, Mr. Rivera, and you have a burden. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna start with where are we now? Okay. Just want to make sure we're ready. Okay. So we're ready. Let's see where we are here. Okay. Where'd he go?
Do you like me to begin, Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. I couldn't see you. Okay, Mr. Diaz Campbell. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, I am Eddie Diaz Campbell, Senior Planner for the Subdivision Section. Item number 8 on the agenda is the preliminary plan of subdivision for Ridges at Old Chapel, 4-20035. The subject project proposes a conservation subdivision for 16 lots and 3 parcels to develop 16 single-family detached units. For reasons that will be discussed in this presentation, staff is recommending disapproval of this conservation subdivision. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northeastern part of Prince George's County, within Planning Area 71A and Council District 4. Next slide, please. More specifically, this site is located on the south side of Old Chapel Road, approximately 400 feet east of its intersection with High Bridge Road. Next slide, please. The zoning map shows that the property is in the rural residential, or RR zone. The surrounding properties are also largely in the RR zone. However, land to the south is in the residential suburban development, or RS zone. Next slide, please. The aerial photograph shows that the site is wooded, with an open stream and wetland area in the northern portion. There's one existing dwelling on the site which is proposed to be raised. There are existing residential lots abutting the property near its northern and southern ends. There are also two large wooded properties on either side of the site. However, the woodland on these abutting properties is not protected from development by existing easements. To the southeast of the site is an open corridor formed by right-of-way for existing Pepco power lines. Next slide, please. This photo shows another view of the site from an aerial perspective. Next slide, please. The site map again shows the woodland on the site, as well as the stream and wetlands in the northern portion. It also shows that the property sits at the bottom of a valley, with the topography sloping shallowly near the stream, but less so farther south of the site. There are areas of steep slopes in the southern and western portions of the site. However, the steepest slopes are located off-site on the abutting properties. Next slide, please. The master plan right-of-way map shows Old Chapel Road and High Bridge Road, which are collector roadways. Also visible on this slide is Laurel Bowie Road, an arterial roadway. This preliminary plan of subdivision proposes to dedicate right-of-way to Old Chapel Road in order to achieve a 40-foot distance between the property frontage and the road center line, consistent with what is required for the collector's ultimate 80-foot right-of-way. There is one critical intersection determined to be impacted by the development, shown by the red bullseye on this slide, and further described in detail in the staff report. Staff analysis found that the critical intersection would operate acceptably under total traffic conditions in both peak hours. Next slide, please. The preliminary plan shows 16 lots and 3 parcels, outlined in red. Existing and proposed rights-of-way are shown in blue. The primary mentioned area is shown outlined in magenta. The proposed conservation subdivision easements are shown in yellow. Adequate public facilities, including water, sewer, fire, rescue, and police facilities, are available to serve the site. This preliminary plan of subdivision has been proposed as a conservation subdivision. A conservation subdivision targets certain site features such as environmental, historic, or agricultural resources, and places a conservation subdivision easement over the portion of the site containing those features in order to preserve them. This site contains environmental features identified by the applicant and staff as possible contributors to a conservation subdivision, some of which are proposed for the preservation on the applicant's plan, and some of which are not. The environmental features in the northern half of the site include woodlands containing wetland, steep slopes, and specimen trees. These features are proposed for preservation in the northern easements on the left side of the slide, which are 4.59 and 0.42 acres. The environmental features in the southern half of the site include specimen trees outside the primary management area and steep slopes on the southern and southwestern property boundary. A few of these features are proposed for preservation within the 0.43 acre southern easement on the right side of the slide, but most are within the area of lots 1 through 9. Section 24-152 D3 of the subdivision regulations requires that in the RR zone, a minimum 40% of the gross tract area shall be designated as a conservation parcel or lot. This requirement is met as 42.6% of the gross tract area is within the conservation subdivision easements proposed. However, the 40% minimum is only one of the standards that must be met for a conservation subdivision to be approved. Staff offer the following criticism of the preliminary plan layout shown. First, the layout does not follow the recommendations established in the sketch plan completed for the site, S-19001. Second, largely because the recommendations have not been followed, the plan is not clearly superior to a plan which could be achieved through the use of conventional development standards. Third, also in part because the recommendations have not been followed, the plan does not achieve all of the design criteria for conservation areas given in section 24-152 G2 of the subdivision regulations. I will elaborate on each of these points in turn. Next slide, please.
Prior to the filing of a preliminary plan of subdivision for a conservation subdivision, the applicant must complete a sketch plan. According to section 24-152F2, the intent of the sketch plan is to clearly document the design process and to prioritize the characteristics of the site to be preserved in a conservation parcel or lot. 24-152G2A states that the area of the site required for a conservation parcel or lot shall be determined based on the priorities established in the review of the sketch plan. This slide shows the sketch plan which was certified as complete by the planning director. Completion of the sketch plan process does not, however, constitute an approval of the sketch plan site layout shown here. In fact, the sketch plan's completion certificate was critical of the site layout proposed. All the areas shown here as priority preservation area is either within the primary management area or in parts of the site that cannot be developed due to the placement of the primary management area. This area would have been required to be preserved in a conventional subdivision. Therefore, in the completion certificate, staff recommended additional priorities for preservation. Next slide, please. The staff recommendations of the completion certificate are discussed in detail on pages 30 to 32 of the technical staff report. The primary recommendation was that the area of steep slopes and specimen trees 17, 19, and 23-26 in the south and west part of the site, with the trees full critical root zones, be preserved within a conservation parcel or lot. This slide shows in yellow the approximate extent of the conservation area, which would be needed to meet the staff recommendations. The critical root zones of the specific specimen trees referenced are shown in dark green. The developable area of the site is shown in orange. Staff acknowledges that the recommendations of the completion certificate are not strict requirements. However, the recommendations are made because in the developing tier, the planning board must find that the proposed plan is clearly superior to that which could be achieved through the use of conventional development standards, per section 24-152K3. As previously stated, the applicant's original priority preservation area was the area which would be required to be preserved under a conventionally developed subdivision. This led staff to recommend the additional priority preservation area shown on the right side of this slide. Outside the primary management area, these steep slopes and specimen trees, and the 87-year-old woodland encompassing them, are the features on site noteworthy enough that staff would recommend preservation of them. Staff has contended since the certification of the sketch plan that without the preservation of these additional features, the proposed conservation subdivision is not superior to conventional development. Staff made the applicant aware of this contention when the sketch plan's completion certificate was given to them, and reiterated it to them throughout the review of this preliminary plan selection. While the applicant has revised the plan several times in response, the revisions have been incremental in nature, and none of them have fully addressed the certificate's recommendations. Next slide, please. Section 24-152L2 requires that an exhibit be submitted showing a reasonable and achievable logging pattern, reflecting the minimum conventional standards of the existing zoning of the property. The exhibit is used to help determine whether the proposed conservation subdivision is clearly superior to conventional development. This slide shows the exhibit which was submitted by the applicant. Staff found that the proposed conservation subdivision is not clearly superior to the conventional layout shown here. The conservation area shown on this slide is similar to that shown on the preliminary plan. The only differences are, one, that the conventional layout plan shows two lots in the north half of the site, located mostly within the primary management area, which staff would not recommend approval of even in a conventional subdivision. And two, that the conventional layout plan lacks the 0.43 acre conservation area proposed in the southern half of the site. This area is too small to make a difference to the site's overall conservation, especially because it is a fragment disconnected from the main preservation area in the northern half of the site. Next slide, please. Having shown the conservation sketch plan, staff exhibit a recommended conservation area and the applicant's conventional layout plan. For this slide, we return to the site layout currently proposed by the applicant. This slide shows the project's Type 1 tree conservation plan. The TCP1 shows the proposed lots and parcels in red and the right-of-ways in blue. The primary management area is shown outlined in magenta. Woodland preservation areas are shown in bright green, while afforestation areas are shown in light green. As can be seen on this slide, all the area proposed to be within a conservation subdivision easement is also woodland preservation or afforestation area. The woodland conservation requirements of the Woodland Conservation Ordinance are met, as a total of 5.44 acres of woodland conservation and afforestation are provided, compared to the 4.01 acres required by the Woodland Conservation Ordinance. However, though the woodland preservation and afforestation areas share boundaries with the conservation subdivision easement, separate requirements apply to each. As previously mentioned, design criteria for the conservation areas of conservation subdivision are contained in section 24-152G2. Staff found that not all of these design criteria are met. Specifically, 2C states that naturally contiguous conservation areas shall not be divided for the sole purpose of obtaining allowable density. And 2D states that fragmentation of the conservation area into small, irregularly shaped conservation parcels and lots shall be avoided. In order to meet these criteria, a connection would need to be provided between the northern and southern conservation areas. The staff exhibit of recommended conservation area previously shown includes such a connection. The TCP1 also shows the specimen trees proposed for removal, which are represented by the X's. The applicant requested a variance from section 25-122B1G of the Woodland Conservation Ordinance to allow removal of these 11 trees. Detailed staff findings regarding the variance request are given on pages 26 through 28 of the staff report. In general, staff found that the removal of 9 of the 11 trees is supportable because their removal is necessary to allow construction of the infrastructure needed to support the site. However, specimen trees 20 and 25 are specifically recommended for conservation by the sketch plan's completion certificate, and so staff does not support their removal. Regardless of which trees staff does and does not support, staff must recommend disapproval of the variance request in full due to the recommended disapproval of the preliminary plan. It is known that while specimen trees 17, 19, 21, 22, 24, and 26 are not proposed for removal, portions of or the entirety of their critical root zones still fall onto private lots, rather than being fully encompassed within a conservation parcel, as recommended by the sketch plan completion certificate. Of the specific specimen trees addressed in the certificate, the only one recommended for preservation which has its full critical root zone within a conservation parcel is specimen tree 23. The intent of the recommendation to preserve the full critical root zones is to ensure the woodland and habitat area surrounding the specimen trees is also preserved. The applicant contends that trees 20 and 25 should be removed because they are in poor health and therefore hazardous. But if the staff recommendation is followed, it will ensure that if a specimen tree does collapse, the collapse will not
Mr. Diaz-Campbell, can you have Mr. Flanagan just demonstrate on the exhibit when you're referring to which trees, you talked about, can we go back? You started talking about, so we can see exactly which ones you're talking about.
Yes, so specimen 20 and 25 are the two ones at the rightmost end of the slide.
I got it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you said 24 before that?
No? Yes, so the other trees I just mentioned, 17, 19, 21, 22, 24, and 26, because those aren't proposed for removal, they're not marked by X's on this slide. One of the other slides shows them a bit better, but those ones in general are on the southern and western portions of the site. Where that cursor is right now, that's where they are.
Okay. Well, I'll come back to that as needed. Okay. So keep going. I'm sorry.
Okay. So yes, if the staff recommendation is followed, we will ensure that if a specimen tree does collapse, collapse will not pose a hazard to the development area. The preserved root zones and dwelling setbacks will provide sufficient distance between the trees and the dwellings. The area where the specimen tree formerly was would then still serve as woodland preservation and habitat area. Next slide, please. 3 impacts to the primary engine area proposed on site, as shown on these exhibits. The impacts would be necessary for installation of the site infrastructure, and if the application were approved, staff would recommend approval of these impacts, as set forth on pages 24 through 25 of the staff report. Staff would also recommend approval of these impacts if a conventional subdivision was proposed. Next slide, please. The 3 required findings for approval of a conservation subdivision are contained in section 24-152K of the subdivision regulations. Staff finds that the conservation subdivision does not fulfill the purpose and conform to the regulations and standards for a conservation subdivision. as it does not concern open space networks and contiguous woodland habitat, instead providing a fragmented conservation area. Staff further finds that the conservation subdivision does not achieve the best possible relationship between the development and the conservation of site characteristics as prioritized in the sketch plan and failure plan, as the conservation proposed falls short of the priority preservation area recommended with sketch plan. Staff also finds that the proposed plan is not clearly superior to that which could be achieved through the use of conventional development standards, as most of the preserved area would be required to be preserved under conventional development, and what additional areas provided on the south side of the site is small and fragmented from the main preservation area. In conclusion, the subdivision staff recommends that the planning board adopt the findings and disapprove preliminary plan subdivision 4-20035 Bridges at Old Chapel, as well as type 1 tree conservation plan TCP 1-017-2021, and the variance from section 25-122 B1G. That concludes staff's presentation, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to answer any question.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. I do want to mention that we do have two other staff people on this, just in case they're needed. I know we have Thomas Burke, who left planning, but who's with Parks and Recreation. He's on at this point. And I think Mark Juba, are you on as well? Okay, from environmental. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I just wanted to, okay, so we probably have lots of questions. Mr. Rivera. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Board. Thank you for the update on COVID. My whole family had it, so luckily we survived. We got our shots. I just got a booster.
Okay.
So you got to be diligent and vigilant. So we got to do our thing, each of us. And thank you, Mr. Bossi, for your service here, but you're in our sister part of the agency, so you'll still be in the area.
I noticed I said R. I know some things that you did start out with us, Mr. Rivera. Okay.
Cool. I forgot it. Far, far away. For the record, Norman Rivera, offices in Bowie, Maryland, representing the applicant in this case, Maryland Fine Homes. With me today is Joe Lomangino, and you nailed his name perfectly. I had trouble at first. And Asko Milovich, which I don't think I said it right, but he's on board too. He's with Elite Engineering in Greenbelt, and he's the civil engineer for the project. In this particular case, this is a very unique subdivision because it's in the established communities, which was the developed here under the old General Plan 2000. And with the adoption of Plan 2035, the developed tier rural tier designations will no longer used. So we are now in an established community, and that's important to note because the reason I put that first exhibit in, and if the staff could put it in, start using my exhibit.
Mr. Flanagan, can you go to exhibit number 1? Okay.
Yeah, there are additional backup. So thank you, Madam Chair, for entering my exhibits. Let's turn to the first one, and I'll speak while it goes up. So in this particular case, as you saw from the vicinity map.
First exhibit meaning the legislation?
Yes, ma'am. CB 33, 2008.
Okay. What page of the legislation?
Let's see, number 2.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So when you saw the vicinity map, this particular subdivision is a long rectangular piece sandwiched between other properties. Both on both sides, east and the west, are wooded with steep slopes. So basically not developable, and they haven't been developed in years and years. Ours is the piece in the middle, which had the least of those qualities, and the developable area for our site is in the very rear to the south generally. And it's important to note that because the background for conservation subdivision started this way, back with Plan 2000 and the adoption of CB6 2006, sponsored by Councilman Doga, the the council developed a policy to get rid of what we used to call cluster subdivisions, net lot averaging, flag lots. And those were all basically subsumed within what are now called conservation subdivisions. So the first generation of conservation subdivisions dealt with the rural tier. Further on in my presentation, I talk about several other conservation subdivisions that were approved, but they were very large sites, 40, 106 acres, and 278 acres. So they had much more latitude and land to deal with to preserve those sites. CB 33, which Councilman Janoga again sponsored at the council passed, was a sister bill to CB 32. One was subdivision and one was zoning. So what they did, the council did, is recognize that, yes, we can do conservation measures in the rural tier, which is sort of obvious, but in the developed tier, now the established communities, there's more of a need really for conservation subdivisions. So the public policy that we see is that we should encourage the use of conservation subdivision techniques in the established communities, which this clearly is. Just to the east is 197. Just to the south is Texas Roadhouse at Route 450. So you're right in an established area. So those are probably the areas which probably need more open space, more slopes preserved, more woods. And that's what we tried to do here. So as Mr. Eddie Diaz Campbell stated, we made incremental improvements from the first sketch plan. We heard the comments, and what we have done to address those comments in the staff report, and as Mr. Diaz Campbell pointed out, their primary focus seemed to be trees 20 and 25, which were on the very right-hand side, the bottom. And those two areas are what are now called lots 7 and 8. I know it was late, but yesterday we proffered to the staff that we would remove lot 7 and 8. That does two big things. It preserves trees 20 and 25, which, albeit in poor condition, could still be saved, and they wouldn't be a danger to any adjoining houses because they're all on their own lots now.
Said trees 20 and 25, right?
Yes, ma'am. So they highlighted in the staff report on pages 28, 27, 30, and 31, if you save those two trees and add more conservation area, the staff could make a finding that this additional preservation and the saving of those two trees would characterize the conservation subdivision to be clearly superior to a conventional subdivision as required by the code. That's on page 28, the last paragraph of your staff report. So recognizing that and recognizing the priorities that the staff indicated, that's why we came back yesterday and said, wait a minute, we don't want a denial. We want to try to address those priorities. The highest priorities we noted based on this comment on page 28 were save trees 20 and 25 and add more conservation area. We already added more conservation area there since the first plan to add 0.43 acres. Now we're going to add another half acre to make it almost a full acre or more, plus save those trees, which also happens to save trees 21, 23, 24, 25, and 20. So basically that whole corner of trees would be.
All right, you know what? Hold on a second. Let's go, when you're talking about these trees, let's go back to that, not your exhibit, but the PowerPoint.
That's probably better, Madam Chair, because I think you would understand that what the legislation.
But I'm also looking at the bottom of page 28. It doesn't say, I heard what you said it said, but it says, without preservation of specimen trees 20 and 25, staff does not find the criteria for approval of a conservation subdivision are met as described in finding 16 of this TSR. Staff would be able to recommend partial approval of the requested variance.
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were saying that the entire variance. Okay, so no, the ones with the X's, the exhibit with the X's. Is that right? That would be better?
The staff right there. Or the staff. Yes, that one was good for this purposes.
Oh, the other one? Okay. This one?
No, the first one with the trees and the X's.
Yeah, that's, okay, that's what I thought, okay, that one, okay.
That is a little more clear because it shows
Okay.
those two X's are lots 20 and 25, I mean, trees 20 and 25.
The far right.
Yes, ma'am. So they would be smack dab in the middle of those two houses that were proposed.
Okay.
So we are now proposing to the board and the staff to delete those two lots, which obviously preserves those trees. The green area to the right is 0.43 acres. Those lots are over 10,000 square feet. So we'd be around an acre now, doubling that 0.43 acre contiguous woodland and preservation area. In addition, you'd have all the area to the north, but those X's represent trees in the road alignment, which is unavoidable, and which the staff recommended approval of the variance for. So those are the trees that would be removed with the variance. And now we are proposing to remove lots 7 and 8. So the trees 20 and 25 would be preserved. In the staff sketch plan exhibit that they did, you don't have to change to it. The X to the top is in the area they said was developable, as well as the 3 X's down below. So those are in the envelope that the staff already said was developable. So with our proposal to delete 7 and 8, and also that makes that area included in that green area, that doubles the area plus saves the 2 trees. We think that that compromise would be in the spirit of what the sketch plan sought from us. And in that regard, knowing that this is the established community, you need to preserve conservation in these established communities. We think that would be something that we could work with the staff on. And that it was too late yesterday for them to properly analyze it and for us to sketch it out properly. But if that was amenable to the planning board, we would continue the case, grant a 70-day waiver so we could refine the plan, show how that does, because it does address the primary findings of the sketch plan and the priorities. So that is probably our biggest point today to overcome the denial recommendation.
So, okay, will you keep going, because I'll ask some questions of our team at this point when you finish.
Okay, thank you. So if we go back to my exhibit, please.
The legislation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So page 2 would be the primary one first.
That's page 2.
So 152B, the purpose, 152C, both are purposes. The first purpose, B, was when the first legislation was adopted for rural tier subdivisions, conservation subdivisions. And C was public benefit conservation subdivision, which is another type, which was established by this bill, hence it's underlined and bolded, to establish those priorities here. So at the very bottom of page 2, line 31, it says site design should encourage connectivity between, and then you'd have to go to page 3 of the bill. Next slide. And at the top, it says environmental characteristics of adjacent properties provide continuous open space network between proposed developments and the adjacent properties. So sorry to go back and forth between this slide and the staff PowerPoint, but no, I'm sorry, it's in this one. If you could move up slides to exhibit number 3, exhibit 3 of.
Okay, exhibit number 3, that the adjoining woodlands and steep slopes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's not on, no, go to a totally different exhibit, number 3, not page 3.
Same backup, it just.
Yeah, go to backup.
Yeah, that's backup for the staff.
Backup, and go to the additional.
Yes, that. And I'll try to stay here from now on.
Okay, go to, okay, keep going. That's
Keep
exhibit.
The rendered slide. Keep
And
going.
then going.
Keep going. Right up.
Wait, you pass it?
Yeah, past it. One more. Right there. Thank you. The one with the green on it.
Coloring. Okay.
There you go. Thank you very much. So what this slide does is we we took one of the PowerPoint slides to show how we're providing connectivity on our site and to the adjacent properties, which the legislation clearly sought to create. And while staff is right that the little green area on the bottom of the slide is not connected to the other main green areas, what this slide shows you is that we are prioritizing preservation on our site, which is 7.82 acres total woodland conservation preserve site. And then to the east, that is 8.03, and to the south, it's 4.08. So there's nearly 20 acres of continuous wooded steep slope land that is going to be preserved, which is a huge area considering the context of where this property is with 197, 450. You can see all the lots in the development directly to the west. It's your typical RR subdivision.
Okay.
Joe will say when he makes his statements later.
Can you guide him? Show him. Where's 197?
It's
Can you
that
guide?
area on the right, where it says CSC to the far top right. Yes, that is
Okay.
197.
Okay.
That's
All
a
right.
shopping center. I think there's a Shell gas station, a little strip center.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the seafood place. Okay.
That's right. Correct. So obviously that is a very highly trafficked road. It's dense. You can see all the lots all around this site. It's RS to below that lighter green along both sides of the Pepco power line. And we also abut the Pepco power line. So in effect, what Joe wanted to see was a secluded, basically oasis of estate type development lots in this sea of RR and RS lots. And when you go down that road, which is not even single loaded, there's no houses for over 1,017 feet, and it's wooded on both sides. You're going to see a bucolic subdivision with now 14 lots from 16 on a cul-de-sac in a private little oasis, if you will, surrounded by trees. The lots to the left, to the bottom left that adjoin us, those are also wooded with steep slopes, but because they are lots, we can't count them as open space. But if you look at an aerial, you'll see that they are wooded because of their steep slopes and woods. They did not develop those lots. All of them on Wood Edge Drive, directly front on Wood Edge Drive, because they could not develop the rear of those lots. They've been there for 30-something years. So our intent here, Joe's intent here, was to try to create something different in this area, provided a estate-like quality that also, as you can see from this exhibit, fulfills, in our minds at least, the purposes of a conservation subdivision. The smaller green area to the south, southwest, we now have to that, so that'll be doubled in size, because when we delete slots 7 and 8, that doubles that. Plus, it also preserves the 5 or 6 specimen trees identified by staff in that area. So essentially, hopefully this slide illustrates how we are trying to make this clearly superior to conventional subdivision. Conventional subdivision would create more disturbance. And albeit less lots, it just doesn't have the same cachet, if you will, that this subdivision would, especially when you see the design. And Joe explains to you how the houses will be designed with 4 different types of facades, et cetera. So it'll be very unique to this location.
That's what I was trying to understand, why you didn't go the conventional subdivision route. So because I wasn't getting that. So you're about to explain that in greater detail.
Yeah. So yes, Madam Chair, we did see an opportunity here to use that conservation subdivision technique again in the established communities and allow us to do these lots in a secluded area that's very private. CB 33, you don't have to turn to that again. In the legislative summary, the agenda item report, Mr. Jernoga and the council adopted, the reasoning was to create more flexibility in the RR zone, which is unlike the RA, which is 2-acre lots or 5-acre lots in the rural tier. It's just more important in our minds to have developed in an RR subdivision, something that's like that in the rural tier. So the council said flexibility, the purposes intended to create connectivity, but it also recognized that connecting to adjoining properties was also an important point. So that was what we're trying to accomplish here in terms of the conservation subdivision versus conventional. The conventional conservation subdivision ordinance, CB 33, also encouraged the use of innovative stormwater management techniques, and we're now using merged gravel wetlands, which are going to be on both sides of the long access road in the green area, so that it won't be traditional stormwater management. It'll be low impact development techniques. The conservation area overall is over 40%. And in the 3 cases I cited later, they are all between 42, 45, 46%. The staff made findings there that they met the threshold of 40% or more. And that's what we're doing here. We're exceeding what the code required in terms of open space at 40% in the RR zone. The issue is here, the staff really wants 2 things: that connectivity between our north and south green areas and the preservation of more of the trees. We are preserving the trees again by adding lots 7 and 8 to the mix, by deleting those, doubling that green area. We just can't connect the northern to the southern along that property line, because there would be very limited development ability left to create this subdivision in a functional and efficient manner. Now, in those other cases that I cited, I'm sorry I'm jumping around, but there were findings that the planning board made and staff indicated that a design of a conservation subdivision still has to be functional and efficient. Those are the 3 cases I added: Estates of Pleasant Valley, Pecan Ridge, or Pecan Ridge, I never know how to say it, Brandywine Woods. They all made findings that if you're over 40%, that's good. And in the Brandywine Woods case, they noted that trees in poor health should be a consideration. However, they also said that there has to be flexibility and it has to be a functional, efficient development. So I don't want to bore you to death by reading you to those findings, but that is what they actually said. And again, those were 3 subdivisions, 40, 108, and 278 acres. So they had a lot more area to deal with in terms of providing those benefits. I mean, I don't want to belabor the point. I could keep saying it over and over again. I know Joe wanted to speak to the board about how we got to this point, his vision, and then both of us can answer questions if that's okay.
All right, let me see, because this looks like it may take a while. So first of all, I would like to know, the city, did you go to the city of Bowie?
Madam Chair, I did reach out to the city of Bowie for comment, and they declined to do so.
Okay.
They're not within the city limits.
Okay.
This is
okay. It's Jason. Okay, got it. Okay. The next thing is
thank you.
The next thing is so you're proffering to delete lots 25 and 26, so to increase the open space over there to nearly an acre, and yes, excuse me.
Lots 7 and 8, and it's trees 20 and 25.
Trees 20. I'm sorry, trees 20 and 25. Okay, lot 7 and 8. Okay, and to create additional open space of nearly an acre. And what I'd like to, and you're saying that our staff may not have had enough time to review it. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. And if they need more time, you're saying you're willing to go with the continuance. But what I don't know is if this addresses all of the concerns that were raised. And so we're going to have to hear from our staff as well. We're going to have to hear from Mr. Diaz-Campbell. We may have to hear from, I'd like to hear from our we might need our legal counsel, I'm not sure. But I know you want to put on your expert right now as well, so let's do that. And it may be, depending on whether the board feels a continuance is appropriate, at some point, we may do that, or we may, we may go forward. But I do want to hear from more people, in which case we may end up having to breaking for lunch. Okay. So who are you getting ready to put on again?
Joe Lomangino. He's
Okay.
the applicant for Maryland Fine Homes.
Okay.
I don't think he's on video because he was on job sites today, but he's on the phone if that's okay.
Okay, there he is. Okay. And
Yeah.
if we mute everybody else, I can hear it better. Okay.
Well, you can all hear me now.
Now we hear you, yeah.
My name is Joe Lomangino. I'm a home builder in Prince George's County for the last, 20 years now. I'm a longtime Prince George's County, my whole family, longtime Prince George's County residents. Lomangino has been in Prince George's County since 1960. We all went to Laurel High. My father worked at the racetrack. And actually, thank you for the shout out to Bowie State. That's where my father went, so he'll be excited. Anyway, so as a builder for 20 years, I was mainly doing single family homes, single lots, and renovations. This project, Ridges at Old Chapel, another subdivision that I'm doing in Clinton, are both of my conservation subdivisions, but they're my first time in front of the planning board, so nice to meet you all, and I wanted to be able to speak with you. So through working with staff, county staff, they were very happy with our first conservation subdivision, no issues. But in fairness to them, they were very clear with us at the sketch plan that we had some work to do before they would be comfortable with this plan. And then over the course of the next several months, we had some really good progress with them. We had multiple submittals, we were addressing comments, and we were making headway. And the whole time, it seemed like we were on a very clear path to meeting in the middle on a site that has some unique features that make it practically difficult to develop and make it difficult to accomplish 100% of what staff was asking for. It's a small site. It's only 12.5 acres, and it is long and narrow, but the difficult part about it, and you can see it on the additional backup slide that Norman provided, slide 14, or sorry, on the steep slope one, is that it's on an island. It's surrounded by undevelopable forested steep slopes, and there's a power line rear. So it wouldn't have been feasible for us to reach out to the surrounding property owners for an assemblage to get some additional breathing room because that land is not viable. So I feel like some of their comments, the staff comments about connectivity, do make total sense if you're looking at the project as a standalone in a vacuum. But when you look at the overall picture, you can clearly see that the subdivision is a very small pocket of developable area in an island of area that will remain undeveloped because of the features. I even attempted to reach out to some of the surrounding neighbors. Like Ruth Tratner owns that 8 acre piece that's above, but it's not a developable parcel. So then after we received the most recent SDRC comments, I was actually kind of surprised at how it seemed like the tone had changed from one of mediating a reasonable agreement to kind of a stern no. And had I gotten that impression at any point prior to then, we wouldn't have gone through the last multiple round substantial expense to us for trying to resolve their concerns and all these resubmittals. So my hope is that we're able to continue the dialogue and that you guys could see the value of a project like this. Because when we were designing this subdivision and you asked why conservation over conventional, it's because I didn't want it to look like every other subdivision, every other new infill development subdivision that's occurring along that area. Like even the one directly adjacent to our site, Dale Drive, I believe it's that 5 acre piece that's on the northwest side. It's it looks like every other cookie cutter subdivision I've ever seen. And when you think about pulling into this subdivision, like if you put yourself into the shoes of a person that's coming there to buy a home, you're driving down this road and then you disappear into the woods. You lose sight of the main road. You're completely surrounded because we're able to pull in and contract the development pocket. It really does give you that isolated feel that you cannot achieve with a conventional subdivision with the lot, because of the lot sizes. So the architecture that we're planning for this site will accommodate a variety of different looks. Because again, I don't want it to look like a row of uniform houses. So we took great care to thoughtfully deviate each house from the next with the architecture. And I think especially now that people have been forced to spend so much more time in their homes, I think that this type of subdivision is going to be way more desirable in the marketplace, and then also for the community. So my hope is that you guys would agree that a dialogue should be continued, and that's what I was here to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Madam, if
yes.
I could ask Joe, if I could pull in my slide, number 8, exhibit list.
Okay, wait. Hold on a second. Mr. Lomagino, can you turn your mic off while Mr. Rivera's okay? Okay, Mr. Rivera, what are you asking Mr. Flanagan to do?
So exhibit 8A through D, keep going. It's the very last 4. When you start to see pretty pictures, that's where we can stop. Keep going.
You're going to show what it looks like? Okay, thank you.
That way it helps you visualize what he's trying to talk to. Keep going.
And out of curiosity, who's going to be the recipient of the grantee for the conservation easement?
One of the comments by staff is that we would have to search for a land trust. So I have created an informational bank for us to do so. And in my proffer yesterday, the staff, we agreed to make the changes to the conservation easement documents and also put in the land trust, because it wouldn't be amenable for park and planning, for example, to take it. We would do it to a private land trust.
Okay.
Keep going, Mr. Flanagan. Right there, that's the first one. So Joe, can you see that?
Yes.
Go ahead, Joe.
That's the entrance monument, which is where our goal and our hope is to be able to create. He mentioned an enclave, but we do want this to appear to be an upscale community, but also one that is surrounded by the forested area, because that's what I'm getting in feedback from customers, is that when they're buying these new homes in these conventional subdivisions, it's just the land is raised and you have, I don't know, 13, 14 of identical homes flanking either side. And I'm just not interested in doing that. That's not the type of building that I want to do, and it's not the type of product I want to deliver. So that's why the subdivisions that I am doing in the county are all conservation subdivisions, because that's what I think people want. And I think that's what I thought that was what the intent of all the legislation was. And if we're forced to go conventional, then we're actually going to get the opposite of what the intent was that we were trying to accomplish. And I don't think that the staff would actually want or prefer a conventional subdivision here, where you're going to lose all of the environmental protection that this layout is providing. I don't think that really is the goal. So I think that a continued dialogue would be very advantageous.
Let's go to the next.
Lomagino, are the homes custom? Are you proposing custom homes?
So that's a good question. So in a roundabout way of answering that, my plan was to build 2 one model home and then 2 spec homes, that is 2 homes that don't have an identified purchaser yet. But each one of them would be a different model. And then the other lots would be advertised for sale with a variety of different architectural possibilities that they could choose from. But my hope was to design it in such a way that no 2 or 3 lots contiguously would have the same product on them or the same elevation. So it's very easy to accomplish that with really minor architectural tweaks. I would have loved to submit to you some examples, but it's a great expense. And after the last round of comments, I didn't want to go through that expense unless I knew we were going to be continuing the dialogue because I'm a small company. I'm not one of those national builders that just has a catalog of custom architecture, but that was my plan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Who was that?
This is all. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, got it. But I want everyone else to turn their mics off then, just so I can make sure we can hear you. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Can I have a slide 13 that show exhibit?
I'm sorry, I can't hear. It's
Can
muffled.
you hear me now?
You're very muffled.
Asco, that it's like before you have 2 mics on or something. You gotta mute one of them.
I did, but can you hear me now?
No. It's too much feedback.
Give me a second.
Asco's our
Are you
system.
logged in 2 different devices?
I think he has audio on the TV that is being picked up by the mic that's in front of him, so he's got a feedback loop there.
Right.
Asco, maybe text or email me what you're trying to say, and I can relate it if we can't overcome the audio issue. Joe, go ahead. This is the other bridge. This is just a sample of what we're trying to do. And if you go to the next slide, Mr. Flanagan, and this is an example, and Joe can explain from here.
This would be the view along the roadway, because it's a considerable roadway that you have to construct to get back to where the homes will be. And so that's a perfect opportunity for us to take advantage of creating this feature like this, where you do feel like you're removing yourself from the city into this private area. And so the hope is to provide, I mean, if you think about, again, if you're going down the access road into the subdivision, what you're flanked by, you're surrounded by nature. You don't see Old Chapel Road any longer once you're in the actual area where the homes will be constructed. And our hope is to create that feeling of, I don't want to say disconnect, but maybe I will. The hope is to create a disconnect between the developed area and this enclave where the homes will be. I think that's what people like. And I really don't think that conventional can accomplish. And I struggle to recall an example of one where it did. And the whole mission of our company was that there are dozens, if not more, of builders that can build a rectangle on a cleared lot. So I don't want to do that. I want to do something different. And I want to do something different on this lot. And when we were in negotiations with the owner, which was Mrs. Blewett, the original owner of the property, and when she died, her son took over the property as the trust. He also asked us, please don't do what they did next door. Don't do the same thing that they all do. Make this one special. So I said, okay, I agree.
So one of the things you said is that you don't want these cookie cutter houses, no 2 types right next to each other, but that's a requirement anyway. We don't do that even in conventional subdivisions.
Well, good. Then I accidentally made you happy on one item, because that was my intention, was to do that.
Okay. Well, okay. I'm just saying that that requirement applies anyway. Okay, okay. So,
I'm new here, so my apologies, but I obviously.
okay. Okay. You can proceed unless you were finished. I don't know if you were finished or not.
Oh, unless if someone has questions, I have to answer. That's it.
Mr. Rivera, I would like to turn to, you know, you said, well, actually, Mr. Lomagino mentioned this, that he was surprised because he said staff was initially supportive, and then he was surprised when supportive about continuing discussions, and then surprised when it turned to no. Did I paraphrase that correctly, Mr. Lomagino?
Yeah. So like I said, like I mentioned before, at first they were unambiguous when they said that you guys are going to have a lot of work to do to make us feel comfortable with this. And I said, okay, but they gave us a list of action items. So they didn't say no. They said, if you can accomplish these things, then we would feel comfortable with it. And then we made, over the next several months, a lot of progress accomplishing them, which made me believe that obviously they weren't entertaining all of this and spending all of their valuable time reviewing it if they didn't think it was viable at all.
Okay. Okay, that came out a little differently from your first comment, but okay. All right. Okay, thank you. So Mr. Diaz-Campbell, can you respond to that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. So at the very beginning of this process, when the sketch plan was being reviewed, I think back then we were open to the possibility of the various development and schemes they have on the site. By the time the sketch plan was finalized, though, and we issued our recommendations, you know, that list of action items that Mr. Lomagino mentioned. At that point, we were saying, okay, if you can meet these action items, then it could qualify as a conservation subdivision. But we were skeptical, admittedly, that it would be possible to meet those action items. Over the course of the review of the preliminary plan, we said several times that you have not addressed the action items adequately. Now, the biggest example is that we have discussed many times the preservation of the specimen trees. The recommendation is very clear that just preserving the trees is not enough. In order to meet the intent of that recommendation, that additional woodland and habitat area be preserved, the critical root zones around them should also be preserved. That's just an example, but that recommendation was continuously ignored. Through the development process, you know, what they characterize as moving forward, getting close to a point of a compromise. From our perspective, it was a series of half measures, incremental improvements that at the end of the day just did not address the recommendations or the intent of the recommendations. So you know, with regard to Mr. Rivera's his latest proposal that lots 8 and 9 be removed, it would very much be in that same vein. It still wouldn't go far enough. the applicant's right that this is a small property, and in many ways that makes it unsuitable for a conservation subdivision, because you're reaching this point where the developable area is fighting essentially with the preservation area for space, and it's a question of how will one more lot meet your recommendations? No. Will one more lot meet your recommendations? It's no. So I can offer further rebuttal as to why a conservation and why this conservation subdivision is not superior to a conventional subdivision, but I'll leave it at that for now and ask if that answers your question.
Okay, well, thank you for the time. There's a lot more here to discuss, but one more question. So this was originally 16 lots as proposed, Mr. Rivera?
I think initially I got involved later. It was 21, then 18,
Okay.
It was 16 at the time of the writing of the staff report. And then yesterday,
14, with the proffer now it's 14?
yes, ma'am.
And how many lots could there be in a conventional subdivision?
I think 27, and then, but you have to do the net tract because some of it is PMA, as the staff indicated. But the gross density in RR is half-acre lots, so it's more than 14, it's more than 16, more than 18. But we did submit a conventional layout as part of the sketch plan process, which had, where's that plan? Here it is.
I'm sure the conventional layout plan has
11.
9 lots, not including the 2 ones that are within the PMA that we wouldn't recommend approval of even under a conventional subdivision. Could we actually please put that plan?
Hold on a second. So let me make sure. So Mr. Rivera, you were going based on the zoning alone in the RR zone, how many lots you can get. What Mr. Diaz, so you're talking about 20 something. Mr. Diaz is saying 9 versus the 14 that you can get with the conservation subdivision.
Yes, he's correct. And I was saying about you still have to do it based on the net tract area.
Yeah. Okay.
Not the conventional
So
layout.
this allows you increased density. It does.
allows you to do a conservation subdivision allows you to do 10,000 square foot lots where normally 20,000 is required.
Yeah. For preservation, yeah. In exchange.
In exchange for obviously a lot more conservation area. So, as Eddie said, we had an 11 lot, and it's disputable whether lots 1 and 2 would be developable. So say we had 9 lots, but the 9 lot conventional subdivision, we would still develop that bottom corner, and there'd be less conservation and more grading and more tree loss. That's what we were trying to avoid.
Okay, let me do this. Okay, let me do this. Mr. Diaz Campbell, it seemed like you wanted to say something else, and then we're breaking for lunch. Okay.
Okay. Yes, Madam Chair. Could you please put or Mr. Flanagan, could you please put the conventional layout plan on the screen from the staff PowerPoint presentation?
There we go. That one? Yeah. Okay, got it.
So I want to specifically address one thing that the applicant was contending, which was that if this property was developed conventionally, there would be an expanded development envelope. So one thing that I really have to emphasize again is that the vast majority of the environmental features that the applicant is proposing to develop would be required to be preserved under a conventional subdivision because it's in the primary management area. So you can see that in You can see that in the hatched area on the slide.
Mr. Flanagan, could you please follow him with the cursor?
Okay.
Yes, so all that hatched area is within the PMA or just outside it, and could not be developed under a conventional layout. So if we're talking conventional layout, you're not going to see lots going all the way from the end of the cul-de-sac to the street. You know, Mr. Lomangino was talking about a long street where you would have woodland on either side before you get to this enclave of lots. You can see from this plan that you would still have that. You know, because most of that woodland is in the PMA and would have to be preserved regardless. You know, the area on the southern end of the site where they're proposing additional preservation outside the PMA as part of the conservation subdivision, you know, regardless of whether it's half an acre now or expanded to an acre, to about an acre as they're proposing with the deletion of these 2 additional lots, it really doesn't make that much of a difference to the overall site layout because it's not connected to any of the environmental areas, any of the other environmental areas that are preserved, either on or off-site. And of course, those off-site parcels, you know, there's applicants contending they're undevelopable because there's steep slopes, but you know, it's hard to say that for certain.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to break for lunch, and we're going to come back at 2:15. So it's going to give us 40 minutes. We'll see where we are there. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Planning board is in recess until 2:15. Thank you. We had a lunch break. This is, you know, we're trying to navigate through this. I mean, Mr. Diaz-Campbell has pointed out a number of issues. Mr. Rivera is trying to address the issues. I don't know where the board is yet at this time. I know you have some more people to speak. And I know you haven't gone through all of your exhibits yet, Mr. Rivera. So let me make sure you finished with are you finished with your case in chief yet, Mr. Rivera, or no?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Norman Rivera. I'm essentially finished. I was letting Mr. Lomangino speak. Going to answer any questions, and I can sum up at the end when it's appropriate, but I think I've made most of my points.
Okay. Then I'm going to turn to Mr. Diaz-Campbell at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do have a few more points that I would like to make. First, I just want to address something is when Mr. Lomangino said that you know, he couldn't believe that staff would prefer a conventional subdivision over this conservation subdivision. And you know, I really have to say, we would prefer a conventional subdivision over a conservation subdivision for this project, for this particular site. You know, why is that? One, because the additional conservation area that would be provided by this, that they're proposing to provide with this conservation subdivision is really not significant. It's less than an acre and disconnected from other woodland areas. You know, we really would not lose any sleep if that was not preserved. On the other hand, in a conventional subdivision, you get 20,000 square foot lots, which is consistent with the purposes of the RR zone. You know, I respect what you know, the property owner was saying about not wanting something something similar to the surrounding subdivisions, but from our perspective as staff, there isn't anything wrong with these subdivisions. They are also our zone. They meet the standards of this zone, and we again would lose no sleep having the lots in this subdivision match what's in the surrounding neighborhood.
Mr. Diaz-Camp, I know you're not finished. You're talking. Is this the exhibit? Is there an exhibit that you would like for us to focus on as you're speaking, or no?
Sure, you can put up the conventional layout plan.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Yes, so this plan, of course, has not been through the entire preliminary plan process. It's an exhibit, but
right.
At this point, we do believe this is barring the two lots in the northern half of the site, which are mostly within the PMA, and we wouldn't recommend approval of.
The lots over here. Okay.
Could you use the cursor? Could you direct Mr. Flanagan, please, so we're clear?
Yes, so
barring
those two lots, the layout you see here, this conventional layout, we would find that to be superior to a conservation subdivision for this site.
The ones to the right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're consistent with the lots in the surrounding neighborhood. You could still have a enclave type development pattern with those lots. And again, that is really because 40% of the approximately 42% conservation area they're providing would be required to be preserved in a conventional subdivision. The additional area which they are proffering in order to, as additional to get 10,000 square foot lots and 14 lots as opposed to the 9 you have here, it's just not enough to justify the use of the conservation subdivision technique. And you can ask what would allow them to use the conservation subdivision technique. I think that the exhibit on the previous slide is the answer to that. Again, we have
number 11.
Yes, slide number 11.
Okay.
The initial recommendations of the sketch plan, those were issued to the applicant in July 2020. So they have had well more than enough time to absorb that recommendation. This particular exhibit was given to the applicant.
The orange developable area. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
The second main point I'd like to make is regard to the legislation. Mr. Rivera is correct that there was a legislative intent to allow the conservation subdivision technique to be allowed in the developing tier, which is where this project is. But that's still subordinate to the overall intent of the conservation subdivision legislation, which is to preserve woodland, environmental features, agricultural land, historic features of note, which would not be preserved under conventional development. So, in the case of this conservation subdivision, the additional features which could be preserved, these specimen trees and steep slopes, they just barely qualify this site as one that could potentially use the conservation subdivision technique. And if they're not going to go all the way with it, then it's really just not worth it. It's better to have a conventional subdivision. And those are really the points I would like to make. Thank you.
Okay, let me see if the board has any questions of either Mr. Rivera at this point or Mr. Eddie Diaz-Campbell. Madam Vice Chair, did you have a question? I see your mic is on. You have a question?
No, I do not.
Okay. Commissioner Washington, do you have a question?
I'm not sure if it's a question and or / comment. Mr. Diaz-Campbell, thank you for the added points you just made. And I'll ask a question. It's really a question for myself, and that is, as I understood the points you just made, one, a conventional subdivision route would clearly be the best possible route to go. And in so doing, the applicant could also achieve the vision that he described in terms of kind of the enclave look, feel of this community. I don't want to put words into your mouth, but that's what I thought I heard. I just want to validate that.
Yes, ma'am. Those are the words I said.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there other questions at this point? Okay.
This is awesome. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm an engineer working on this project, and a couple things I would like to bring up.
I'm sorry, I can't.
You know what would be helpful? Do you have the phone? Are you talking on the phone or via the computer?
Yes, on the phone, yes.
And our dial-in number?
Maybe if he takes it off the speaker and just talk into the phone.
Caller number 2? No. Okay, who's caller number 2? Okay.
Can you hear me, guys?
Let me ask you, are you on 2 devices?
I'm on the phone, yes.
Okay, but are you also on the computer as well?
But I'm muted on computer.
Okay, well maybe now it's a little better. Okay.
Okay. So a couple things I would like to bring up. First, when we, decide to go with the conservation easement, main point was storm management approach. Conventional, subdivision, conventional layout, really insist on more on the urban, technique of storm management. Like more trenches, boxes in that, stuff, permeable concrete driveways, which, really considering, environmental, regulated feature that, on the site and the site surrounded with the heavy wooded area, this technique and also, the proposing urban road, this storm management technique does not really fit well, with the, to this site. Then we decide to go with a, submerged gravel wetland. Basically, it's a man-made wetland. That's, if you bring up slide 13, I can, show you that.
Next slide. Okay, there we go.
So, so submerged gravel wetland next to lot 1. It's basically man-made, facility that serves for storm management. That will be heavy, wooded, planted, and will integrate it, with the other, existing wetland and environmental features very well. Same thing with other, submerged gravel wetland that we have on the right side of the road, at the beginning of the road. So we're proposing these 2 submerged gravel wetlands.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but I am not able to follow you. Could you please direct Mr. Flanagan to follow what you're saying in the areas you're referencing with the cursor?
Okay. First, submerged gravel wetland is next to lot 1. So that's sort of, that's, outline of the submerged gravel wetland. Again, that's a man-made facility wetland that will be, heavy planted and, integrated very well. It's basically, a few years down the road, you'll be, part of the existing, wetland. Same thing is with the other, submerged gravel wetland. That's on the right side of the road. It's white area where it creek crosses, at the beginning of the road. You go up, go to the right.
Yeah,
Go
just
down.
Just below.
Just below. You pass that. Go to the left. Just below. There is a circle, area that says submerged gravel wetland. Yes, that's it. This area is again will be heavy planted with the wetland plants, and in 2-3 years down the road you'll integrate with the rest of this these environmental regulated features. That was main one of the reasons why we selected to go with conservation. Again, if we go with conventional, we'll end up with doing some conventional urban zoning management design. Also, if you're looking at conventional layout, woodland preservation requirement for conservation wetland is on the threshold is 20% of the wooded area, which means 2.5 acres we need to preserve, plus maybe additional for the above for removal of tree above threshold. So altogether, our calculation that we submitted to to the staff said that 4 acres is the only required to meet full, woodland preservation if we go with conservation, subdivision. Versus, what we're proposing right now, if we eliminate these lots 7 and 8, we have over 6.5 acres under woodland, easement. That's 2.5 acres, more. Also, we forgot to say, that big problem was, why we don't have, connection between, this woodland preservation easement number 3, which is the south corner of the property, green area of the south, very south. So yeah, there is no connection between, this preservation area 2 and 3, but we need to keep in mind that we're not disturbing the 20-25 feet street between, behind this lot 1 and 7, that street, we're not disturbing that at all. Basically, we're not proposing easement. Yeah, there is no connection on the east, but we're not disturbing. Street will stay there. And then, considering also that there is on other side of the property between 80 and 120 heavy wooded area on adjacent property, I think that's great connection and great buffer for the for these developments. So, and then last thing that I would say is it's again adding those 2 lots will be preserving 60% of for the woodland preservation area of the total site if we dedicated additional 2 lots 7 and 8. And which another benefit of doing that, you'll avoid so that this visual monotony that you'll have 8 lots break and then you have additional 6 lots. That's all I have.
Okay. All right. I don't know how this is going. I see that the board, well, at least some of us have some questions. Our staff has, Mr. Rivera, you've made a case. Our staff has made a case why they don't support this and why they think a conventional would be better. I don't know how this vote, I'm going to call for a vote unless there's anything else okay.
Yeah, Norman Rivera, for the record, I'd like a chance to respond to what Eddie said and to emphasize what my engineer said, if I could.
Okay.
And Mr. Lemongino wanted to make some comments if he wishes. With respect to what Mr. Diaz-Campbell said, I heard him say a couple of times, we would lose no sleep if that area to the right where the 2 X's are and that green area were developed, which it would be developed, which it would be with a conventional subdivision.
Right.
So if we are to pursue a conventional subdivision, I want to make sure that's clear on the record, because in the staff report in 5 or 6 places and SDRC comments, that was deemed a high priority area. And on page 28, we were told that if we save those 2 trees with the X's and add more additional area, that would make it clearly superior to a conventional plan. And therefore, a conservation plan would be appropriate. Now what I'm hearing from Mr. Diaz-Campbell is that go ahead and go conventional because you're going to get the same general look, and those priority areas go away. And also, the connectivity to the north area goes away. So it was very important during the writing of the staff report that the area be saved with those trees and connectivity. But if we do a conventional subdivision, you have less trees saved. As ASCO said, we go from 4 acres to 6.5 acres with our proposal. You'd be back to a lot less, and no connectivity, and no tree saves, and no additional green area, which to me is not meeting the intent of CB 33 or a conservation subdivision in the established tier. So, I just wanted to point that out because you would think more conservation is better. And he did say, although he did qualify to say barely qualify, that as an attorney, if you qualify, you qualify. If it says 40, you're at 43 or 44, you more than meet the code. And if we add the trees that they specifically said we should add and more area, and we did, I'm not sure how that doesn't pass the test. And again, this is 12.67 acres versus the 100-acre subdivisions I cited in my other presentation. But it's just we're limited. And with all due respect, that is the end game would be a conventional subdivision, lose all that area and less tree safe. So I would submit that we do meet the code. We would like a continuance to work on that issue. And that's all I had to say. And I think, Joe, did you want to say anything?
Well, I think you covered most of what I was going to say probably better than I would have, because I have been losing sleep. And I think the problem that I have is that through the process, when I heard Mr. Diaz-Campbell say that the conventional subdivision would be superior and would still achieve the same, completely disagree, because it's not superior if your intention is to preserve as much woodland as possible, which would not be the case. And it was my understanding, and the entire impetus for this whole project was to preserve as much woodland as possible, because I could have very easily, and at a much less expense and a much shorter time period, done a conventional subdivision. But that was not my intention. So if your intent is to preserve woodlands, then the conventional subdivision is definitely not superior. And also, when we did do our, which I didn't think that
You're going
changes were an appropriate and mature way to handle the comments that we received from staff, and we were working very well with them. I feel like right at the end, the goalpost got moved because they specifically said in their report, all right, if you can accomplish these 2 things here, then we would not be able to argue that it's not superior. And we said, okay, now I understand. I'll remove these 2 additional lots and I will accomplish what you're asking. And so surely now we'd be able to move forward. And the response was, no, we still want more. At a certain point, I don't think it's fair to applicants to say, if you can do this, then we would agree to it. And then when we proffer it, say, well, now we want more since you've agreed to this. That's not a fair way to treat an applicant. And I would also say that if you had been, when I say you, if the staff that we were communicating with had said at any point, like, look, if they had said, look, you can offer all the stuff that you want to offer, it's not going to work. I never would have done this. I wouldn't have spent the money, I wouldn't have spent the time, and I wouldn't have tried to do it. But that is not the approach that they took. They took a very measured and reasonable approach. And actually, Eddie was great to deal with. Like, ASCO and Eddie had a lot of really good dialogue. And then at the end, it almost seemed like somebody said to Eddie, hey, you know, none of the stuff that we've been working towards is going to work. I sure wish I would have known that months ago. Because this is, as my first experience in the subdivision process in the county, I got a bad vibe about from that specific aspect of it. And so my hope is for this subdivision and for all the subdivisions that I work on, like I mentioned earlier, not to do a conventional looks like every other subdivision. With the conservation subdivision, where I'm able to have the smaller building envelopes and shrink the developable area, I am able to achieve more of an enclave feel. I do feel like, and I do feel like I'm qualified to make those assumptions, because what I do for a living is try and see what the real estate market desires and try and deliver that. And so I think that the subdivision that we presented, and with the most recent proffer, that is a subdivision I would like to live in. I would not like to live in the subdivision that looks like all of the other ones. So that's my opinion, and I think I've made it clear at this point, and I would like it if we were able to, in good faith on both sides, reach a happy medium. Instead of saying, well, no, actually, we want you to just hack, you know, the other 40% of this.
Okay, let me do this. First of all, I don't think, okay, we've got to turn all the mics off. I don't think that every subdivision looks like every other subdivision. So I have to disagree with that concept, number one. Your points your other points may be very well taken. And you have said before that you had good conversations and then something changed. You feel like the goalpost has been moved. And that I'm trying to get a handle on, because if that's the case, I would agree that that's not fair if that's what happened. I'd like to hear from Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Our planning director is here too and wishes to speak as well. Okay, Mr. Diaz-Campbell.
I would also like to hear from our council, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay.
I have to disagree in the strongest possible terms with Mr. Lomangino's characterization of the process. I mean, maybe we didn't say no hard enough, but the answer was always, okay, so we did say you can do a conservation subdivision if you do this list of 8 items. That list of 8 items is shared on slide 11. But I have to say again, they never reached the point where they could do that, where they were going to do that. They've offered compromises, but for a project like this, there are no good compromises, only bad ones. We did set an extremely high bar, because we thought that this property was overall, and as a not lawyer, I will continue to use the term, only marginally appropriate for a conservation subdivision. So, if the answer changed to no, it was because they just continually did not do what we asked them to do. So, I did have many conversations with ASCO. They were good conversations. I told him many times, point blank, that this is what you need to do, and it just has not been done. Specimen trees have been preserved, sure, not all of them, not with their full critical reach zones. And when they haven't made a case for why those have been incompletely addressed, only saying this is the best we can do. And if it is the best they can do, then sometimes the best you can do isn't enough. So,
If I may, though, I think what I heard you say was that you set the bar higher on this project because you set the bar higher on this project because you were skeptical, and I don't think that is a fair way to do business. Is to say that I'm going to set the bar higher for your project than I will on other projects because of a predetermined feeling that I have. I do not think that is a fair way to
What he
treat
said?
the application.
Is that what you said?
no, I said we set a high bar, not a higher bar than for other conservation subdivisions.
Yeah, you said if we set a high bar for this one, the obvious implication there is that
Well, I don't know that that's obvious. I don't know that that's the obvious implication, but our planning director wishes to say something here. So.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just maybe it needs to be an understanding of what is the issue here. So this is the RR zone, which has specific lot size requirements. You can't be heard?
No. Sorry.
Okay, so this is the RR zone, which has specific lot size requirements, measurements that are established in the zone for consistency in the area. The use of a conservation subdivision is an extraordinary thing that is allowed when you can show that there would be significantly more environmental issues protected. Because remember, by going with the conservation easement, you get higher density, which is not in line with the zone. So but we place a higher priority on preserving these important environmental concerns. But it has to be a significant benefit. It can't be a marginal benefit. It can't be, oh, it will look nicer. That's not what that's not how staff has to process these applications. And it is my understanding, and if you look in the record, all of this has been clearly stated all the way through. If you look at what's on the screen right now, you can see that what staff has been recommending from day one looks nothing like what the applicant is proposing for today. So it's not that staff has singled out this application or anything like that. It's just that it is a very high bar because the use of a conservation easement is an extraordinary step. It's not supposed to be just, a better layout. It's supposed to be significantly better in terms of preserving environmental features.
Madam Chair, can I say something?
Okay. All right. Then we're not going to continue to go back and forth. Okay. So you can speak and then, okay. All right.
So I want to ask Eddie,
when did you generate this exhibit that's on the screen right now?
Okay. You're using two different things. You're using two different devices.
No, I'm using, can you hear me now better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
A question for Eddie. When did you generate this color exhibit that's on the screen right now, slide 11? You said that you were informed us very early about what you asked me. So basically, this is, what you said that you want to see as a final product, and this is, the only developed area that you want to, see it. This exhibit was generated less than 2 months ago. And, for almost a year, going back and forth, and you never mentioned, only thing is like when we submitted, preliminary plan, you asked, to add additional parcel 3 at the south corner, which we did. We modified. We removed a lot 18, 2 lots. So we went from 18 to 16, and that's, and that was 2.5 months ago. And that exhibit, you can clearly show 16 lots, not 18. So that was not your, suggestion, from, doing the sketch phase, review.
Okay.
As to that, I gave that exhibit to you during the pre-acceptance review, which was all the way back in August. And I made it at the time because the verbal comments didn't seem to be getting through. That's sometimes an illustration is better. But the verbal comments date from much earlier than that, all the way to August 2020.
Okay. So now it wasn't 2 months ago. Oh, well, okay.
No,
okay. August, okay. Pre-acceptance. Okay, we have Sherry Connor and then Peter Goldsmith. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Sherry Connor with the subdivision section. I just want to elaborate a little bit on one of the recommendations that seems to be getting lost here in, the applicant's proposal to delete lots 7 and 8 and retain a couple of the specimen trees. One of the overarching recommendations is that the preservation of those trees in that area, along with the contiguous habitat that's shown on this slide, work together to create and form the purpose of a conservation subdivision to provide a contiguous conservation area. Once you start to segment that purpose is lost. As we discussed before, those specimen trees are in poor condition. The purpose of saving them is as part of a habitat. Even, birds and other animals use dead or dying trees as habitat. And so that's part of that contiguous area. But once you segment it out, it becomes insignificant, not worthy of saving. And so that's where the position of staff comes in, that if it's going to be segmented as proffered by the applicant, that it is staff's belief that it's more suitable for a conventional subdivision.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
That's a few minutes. Okay. Mr. Goldsmith.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I just want to make it very clear that staff throughout this entire process has been very conscientious about making sure that their recommendations comply with the law. They have been in touch with our office throughout for many weeks leading up to this hearing. I've met with multiple planning sections and preparing the staff report. And throughout that process, their position has not changed. And I also just want to touch on one other point I think that Mr. Milkovich mentioned about retaining trees. Ms. Connor just mentioned the continuity on the southern or on the bottom part of that exhibit. And Mr. Milkovich said, well, we're not going to tear down the trees. We're going to leave there, but we're not going to place them in the conservation easement. But the whole purpose of or at least one of the main purposes of conservation subdivision is to ensure that the conservation area remains in perpetuity. And yeah, they may retain those trees now, but there's no conservation easement protecting those trees after those lots are sold.
Okay. So, all right, let me, I see the Commissioner Giraldo's light is on. The other thing I want to do is, Mr. Rivera, this is a little problematic for us. And we have a little bit of he said, she said going on as to when, what transpired with the communications. To me right now, it doesn't look, I don't know how this is going to go. If it was sitting in your shoes, I wouldn't be overly encouraged right now. At most, maybe time would help. I don't know. maybe time would help, and more communication with and exchange with staff might help. I don't know, but you know, that I think that's I'm not a motion maker, so I don't know, but just watching how this is unfolding, I would say this is a go. You know, I just don't know, but and if you did have a continuance, what do we need a waiver, a 70-day waiver? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could, I'll be brief.
Okay.
I was recently engaged in this project, so I'm not privy to all those back and forths. And I hate doing the he said, she said, because the bottom line is, what are we doing now? And in the last couple of weeks where I got involved, I saw this was happening. So I said, we got to do something that's a lot more substantial than before. You know, incremental stuff doesn't do anything. It's got to be something major that addresses priorities identified by the staff. So that's why I thought, and I encourage them to look at this compromise to lose additional land, which saves all those trees and doubles the conservation area to the south. But we just can't connect it because it's too narrow. But in effect, it is because it's undevelopable anyway, but technically you can't count it. So, you know, I'm sure we could try to work out something to salvage this, absent an absolute denial. And if we can't, then I can always withdraw at that point and start over again. So, you know, I'd like to live for another day, because I think if we do conventional, which would happen with a denial, I have to start all over because it's a new animal, it's a brand new preliminary plan. And I heard Mr. Diaz-Campbell say, well, all those trees you see to the right and that yellow area is gone because that's in the conventional subdivision layout. I just don't know why that would be better than a compromise somehow with the current application. So I urge you for a continuance, but I understand where you are, and I apologize for the he said, she said, and we're not trying to blame the staff or anything. We're just trying to get to the an accommodation where we can both, you know, fulfill the purposes of a conservation subdivision, as plan director said, and meet the bar and move forward. Thank you.
Okay.
What are you asking for, a continuance, Mr. Rivera?
He's asking for a continuance. But let me ask this real quick. If there's a motion for a continuance, first of all, it would have to be enough time to allow you, and I certainly don't want to go through a hearing like this again, because this is, you know, we don't need all of this. I understand you were recently engaged, as you just indicated, so you would have to, you know, be the quarterback here, and you'd have to work closely with our staff, and you have to hear what they're saying as well. You have to hear what Mr. Diaz-Campbell said and hear what Ms. Connor said, because she said that just save it, that you can't just look at these things in an isolated fashion. Just eliminating those two lots without, you know, the rest of it doesn't really help. So you have to have a more comprehensive conversation with our staff and come back with and try to come back with a more viable plan, or work some of these issues out. You also said that with that continuance, if it doesn't work then you may have to withdraw and start again, but you'd like to preserve this for another day, to preserve your options. And I for one can live with that. But what I need to know is how much time do you need? I need the 70-day waiver. Okay. Yeah. Are you saying that the record and now, and that you would submit it in writing?
Yes, ma'am. I could submit that. Is the 70-day tomorrow or Monday, Mr. Diaz-Campbell?
It's tomorrow.
30 days tomorrow, Mr. Rivera.
So I'll get it in by COB tomorrow in the morning, and it'll be a full 70-day waiver.
Okay. Okay, which you're now stating on the record, and you'll get it in by tomorrow. If you don't get it in tomorrow, all bets are off. Okay, it does. Okay. Now, how much time realistically would you need? It's, you know, I can't see you needing. This is not going to come back next week or the week after that. That's real clear.
Now, this would probably be third week January or so.
Okay. I will turn. we need to continue it to a specific date, and I'm looking at our planning director and to look at our calendar for what kind of cases we have. Ask who? Mr. Hunt, are you?
Madam
Mr.
Chair, the
Yeah, I
dates,
need a day where it's not too crazy already.
all right, the dates for January are pretty full at this point, so we're looking at probably February. I could potentially look at January 13th, which would make this
January or February?
February. Well, no, it would be January 13th would make 6 cases on that date. But if you want to, we can move it into February if you would like to do that.
First week in February or later?
It would probably be later, the second week in February.
Okay, well,
What's the date?
how are the other, hold on a second, how are the other cases on the 13th?
We have, they are,
But how are they?
they're primarily preliminary plan extension requests for that date.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we're not, okay, all right, okay. So then, and the first week in February, you said is a little full?
Yes, ma'am, at this point in time.
Okay, so then you're talking about the second week in February, which is what date?
Second week
The
in
10th?
February. I believe so, yes.
Mr. Rivera?
What is the date?
Yeah. February 10th.
February 10th? Mr. Rivera, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I hope you all make some real progress during this time, or.
Me too.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Peter goes with it. I just want to make sure Mr. Rivera is stating his waiver on the he's stating his waiver on the record, but he's just going to submit a formal waiver tomorrow.
He did state it on the record.
Okay.
I took that to mean you were stating your 70-day waiver on the record and that you will submit it in writing by the deadline tomorrow. If you do not submit it by the deadline tomorrow, this preliminary plan, your application is denied. Is gone. Okay.
Operation of law, it would be dead anyway, so I'll definitely be dead. And we're looking at February 10th. I really appreciate that if that's the way the board goes. And I promise you, I know, you know how I work. I want to work with the staff. I just need a little more time.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's see if there's a motion to this effect.
Madam Chair, I move approval of the continuance to February 10th, 2022, and I'll say more during discussion.
And conditioned upon the waiver. Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
And it's a motion by Commissioner Washington, seconded by Vice Chair Bailey. Discussion.
I would just like to add. I'm sorry, Commissioner Giraldo. Would you? Okay. I just feel compelled to say explicitly how frustrating this case and conversation has been. On both sides, the he said, she said, and we adjudicate cases and facts and not perceptions and opinions. And it's just really unfortunate. And I don't draw any conclusions with regards to who may be at fault or not at fault, but I would caution, because this seems to be a huge communication issue, that we all take that to heart and learn from it. Mr. Diaz-Campbell using words like would not lose any sleep over trees in one scenario as opposed to not, is not what I would consider good communication in the context of how we're discussing things. And Mr. Lamb, I want to call you the car Lamborghini. I don't see your name up, so I can't.
Norman Gino.
I can't see the phonetics without it.
I'll take the upgrade to Lamborghini.
And appreciating this is your first time doing business in the county. We pride ourselves on having a very committed and diligent staff who works really hard to try to make things possible. And I, for one, love the vision of what it is you're trying to get done. That said, we have to make sure that we're doing so within the letter and spirit of the law. And I also want to ensure that your experience here hopefully works out to be a good one. Mr. Rivera, you just mentioned you're just coming to this case. You've worked with this board. You know how we operate. And I am hopeful that given this extra time, and certainly based on your experience, that we can get to a better place. And look, quite frankly, even if the better place is no, at least all hearts and minds should be clear about that's where we're ending up. And we don't get into a back and forth or he said or she said. I just needed to get that off my chest, Madam Chair, because it's quite frustrating. And I have to say, I just think kind of elementary in terms of the back and forth here. So that's it.
We needed the continuance period at the beginning, actually. But anyway, I guess, so this, anyway, now some of the issues have been fleshed out. Okay, Commissioner Geraldo, you had discussion as well?
Yeah, I wanted to share in Commissioner Washington's comments, and I guess my overriding concern was when I read the appropriate statutes, I am concerned about the continuous and unfragmented conservation area. And also when I read the code, it says that the fact that you save more trees with the conservation, in my mind, the law is pretty clear. It says it has to be clearly superior to that which would be used or achieved through the use of conventional standards. So, Mr. Rivera, when you go back, that's what I'm looking at. It's got to be clearly, because they enacted this type of legislation for a specific purpose, and it's not a workaround. It's for a specific purpose, and they wanted to, and the planning director made a point of that, and I have to agree with her. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, is there additional discussion from the board? Any board member? I see no hands up.
I would like to associate myself with the previous comments, and I do love the vision of this application and hope that we will be able to work out something that's satisfying to all parties involved, our staff as well as the applicant, and we will continue this and see what happens.
Okay. Commissioner Dorner, do you have any comment?
I think others have said it better in terms of just the frustrations and stuff. I think the execution could have been a little bit smoother. Our staff are awesome. Like, they do really good work. And most of the applications that come before here, I would say almost all of them they understand like what's going on and what's being asked. So to have like a first time applicant not have a good experience or be like really frustrated is frustrating for me to see. Because that's not what we try and do, and usually what happens. So I don't know what happened on the communication or kind of the back and forth, but it's just unfortunate. Just as we're thinking ahead, something that kind of just struck me that Norm or that Mr. Rivera brought up was sort of the inconsistency about if we don't prefer the conservation aspects and we want to just go for a conventional subdivision, it's inherently just not the right thing to say that you can now cut down all the trees, because then it would be consistent with all that area if you're trying to prefer that. I understand that like one goes to the letter of the law of having consistent kind of acreage across and preserving the conservation, but if you put a real big emphasis on a variance and protecting some of the specimen trees, but then you say, oh, but if you do it this other way, you don't have to have all these other requirements and you can knock down those trees. It's almost like it's just very much out of context. So to me, that was kind of a confusing part. And I think it was a good point that the applicant brought up, that the message we're trying to send, I think, could be clear as we're going through this. Like, I don't think we even need to wait till February. If we're not going to get past the conservation aspects and what's trying to happen on this parcel, then we need to give a clear indication to the applicant and say, look, you should just file just a conventional subdivision, and here's how to do it. Like, you can get that done on this parcel if that's what you want to do, and just be upfront about it, because it might, and I don't think it's the applicant's idea that's bad. I think it's great. It's cool. It's just that in this, the way that the land use is written, there are certain things that we're looking for, and it just may not work really well in this parcel because of just some oddities within there. But we just need to kind of give clear guidance, whichever way it goes. So that way, the applicant can have a good idea of where to invest their time, because extending this on for another 2 months, and that's a lot of time, value, money lost right there. That could, other things could be happening. And I don't want us to get a reputation of just being like anti-development or like really long regulatory burdens and stuff. Because in the very beginning of this talk, I mean, Madam Chair, you talked about my video. Like, one of the big reasons for increased house prices is just because we can't build enough and intensify enough of the density across the country, and it's rising house prices. There's an intense demand that's certainly happening, but it's also just a shortage of housing and a lack of options and stuff. So that's on us too, like us as a planning board and implementing the letter of the law. Like, if we just keep delaying and having cases take forever, like, we're hurting our own county and the people that we're trying to help here. We're not. So we just need to be a little bit cognizant of that as we're kind of going through our dealings with this case and with all cases. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the discussion. I won't add to it. I think it's all been said. So, so we had a motion and a second, and we had plenty of discussion. I'm calling for the vote. Madam Vice Chair?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
I vote aye, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so the ayes have it 5-0 to continue this matter until the planning board hearing date of February the 10th. On the condition that the 70-day waiver is submitted in writing by tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Rivera. Okay, and that there will be a serious conversation and engagement so that we don't have this kind of engagement the next time. Okay, an interaction next time. Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. With that, I am turning to Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt, you know, we thought this was going to be a much lighter day. It's not, but it's okay. It's our job, and we are servants of the residents of Prince George's County. We are public servants, and that's perfectly fine. Public servants, I want to again remind everyone that we must look out for one another. As I'm sitting here, the numbers of COVID cases are on the rise yet again. It is a travesty. So I'm asking, we care. I'm asking everyone to take care of themselves, to get vaccinated, to get boosted. It is imperative for survival. That is the only way we shut this down. I mean, it's not going to go away by most accounts, period. But we want to live. We want to live. We don't want to lose any more people. We want to cut that down. So please do what you need to do. But also, while we're doing that, just be kind to one another. It is so important. Okay, we have to offset some of the craziness that we see. So with that, Mr. Hunt, is there any additional business to come before the Prince George's County Planning Board today?
Madam Chair, there's no additional business items before the board. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to serve with my amazing colleagues. Planning Board is adjourned. Thank you.
Aye.